Bluetooth connected. Down in your heart, find the secret. Turn your head around, baby. We can do it all right. Do you believe in love at first sight? It's an illusion. I don't care. Do you believe I can make you feel better? Too much confusion, come on over here. Can we get together? I really wanna be with you. Come on, check it out with me. I hope you feel the same way too. I search my whole life. Find the secret. I did of my eyes, baby. We can do it all. Wanna be, check it out with me. The same way too. There's too much confusion. I'll make you feel better. If it's bitter at the start, then it's sweeter in the end. Believe in love at first sight. It's an illusion. I don't care. Believe I can make Je suis désolé, lo siento, dentro solo spiacente, perdóname. Because you've gone too far. And listen to your story. You're not half the man you like to be. I don't wanna hear, I don't wanna know. Please don't say you're sorry. I've heard it all before. And I take care of myself. I don't wanna hear, I don't wanna know. Please don't say forgive me. I've seen it all before. Don't explain yourself, 'cause talk is cheap. There's more important things than hearing you speak. You stay because I made it so convenient. Don't explain yourself, you'll never see. Come la sai, noche marco, się proszę, slicha, forgive me.
Good morning, fellows, senior colleagues. I want to really appreciate every one of us yesterday. It was, the outing was good. It could be better. We are getting there. Today, we believe all will go better. Before we quickly do a recap of yesterday, I think we should commit this event into the hands of God. We should really thank him, because somewhere like Ukraine now, I don't think they will be having a seminar like this when they are already fighting in the middle of a war. So at this junction, we will indulge. We'll start with We took the national anthem yesterday. We'll keep taking it because that second stanza of the national anthem is a prayer. We'll keep taking it until we get there. So I want us to stand to our feet. Let's take the second stanza of the national anthem. This time around, we will sing it so that God will hear. Okay. Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and living just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. It shall be so. Let's have a seat. Indeed, every time I look at this second standard, I just know that this is really inspired by somebody who wants the good of this nation. Okay, let's jump into the business of the day. We want to use this opportunity to welcome every one of us. Every one of us, we are all honored. And we thank all of us that were here yesterday. Looking around, virtually all of us were here yesterday. And I know we had a very fruitful deliberation. We believe today, by the time we begin to dig deep more, we will begin to see the edges to this state. So quickly, we want to do a recap of yesterday. It will be very short because our time is fast spent. So yesterday, we have in the house several dignitaries, considerable men, women, persons that have achieved, professors. We had great people in the house, and we were honored with the presence of His Excellency, Honorable Minister of State for Health, Honorable Joseph Ekumakama. So he was in the house. There was a time we were even thinking that maybe he might not make it, but we were assured. And the normal thing is that finally he made it. So we thank God that he was here. Again, we had the chairperson of the occasion, Dr. Stella C. Okoliwu, founder, and he was ably represented by our daughter, pharmacist Mrs. Zoma Ezeoke, who happens to be one of the highly ranked executive directors in that establishment. And among other persons that were on ground was the distinguished Professor Cecilia Iguilo, who is the president of WAPCP, and our co-convener. He was here with us. He supported us in all ramifications. The DG NIPRD, Dr. Ubi Adigwe. And we had the keynote speaker in the person of pharmacist Mopa Eshuga, Chief of Party, United States Pharmacopoeia. Among all the other persons, we have also goodwill messages from several bodies, several parastatals, several agency. We had goodwill message from Naseni. We had goodwill message from FMSTI. We had goodwill message from PCN. We had goodwill message from WAPCP Nigerian chapter in the person of Dr. Mrs. Ukamaka Okafo. And It was really, really engaging. After this, we had a very rousing opening remark by the chairman of the LOC, Professor Odeku, who virtually summarizes all the undertakings yesterday. Okay, so we had the LOC chairman of the workshop. She summarizes what we're expecting, and we move on to take the president of WAPCP, West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, welcome address. Then we moved on to take the speech by the chairman of the occasion, who was ably represented by pharmacist Mrs. Uzoma Ezeoke, Executive Director, Emzon Pharmaceutical. And having gone through that, we moved ahead to take the keynote address, the keynote speaker, the person of pharmacist, Mopa, a sugar. And you discover that in all their discourse, there is three things that came out. One, we already know what we are faced with. And under this number one idea, because of the COVID-19, it became very clear that as a nation, we must have medicine security. And you discover that throughout this year, the focal agenda or the focal theme of every pharmaceutical setting, even raw material setting, is tinted towards medicine security. How can we begin to look at we having our own raw materials in this setting? And you know, for the pharmaceutical setting, we talk about API, that is active pharmaceutical ingredients. And in looking at that, we were able to look at where we were presently and where we're going. So these were some of the things they brought to the fore, the opportunities that we have not used. So in starting that, we had the NIPRD, the first plenary section. We have the NIPRD API Research and Development Roadmap to Medicine Security and the support from Afrexim Bank. The matter was looked intensively. We saw the plan they have. We saw what they have on ground and what is the next stage. These were the things that we saw. And you know, in the discussion of the chairperson, they gave us the extent, where they have gotten up to in EMSO, because they gave us how they looked at the matter and how they started the journey. So all these form a basis for us to look at where we are in the Nigerian setting, and we now have the second plenary section, which was rendered by online by Professor Indaba Singh. And the topic is API manufacture, journey so far, India experience. And we saw that comparing the Indian experience to where we are, we discovered that they started small. We discovered that they took a lot of sacrifice. It took a lot of being sincere to themselves and putting structures in place to get them to where they are. And they have something that is unique. Their government is really supporting them. So we have research institute, over 162 research institute in India, we have clusters of API centers and things like that. So these were some of the things we looked at. And it mentioned certain things, that there are stringent conditions for achieving, getting the necessary API. Part of them is the GMP setup, because he talked about these facilities being recognized and being endorsed by FDA. So we believe all this, some of this matter we will be looked into today. So we rounded up by taking a tour of the NIPRD facility, specifically the API plant. At that junction, I don't know, maybe certain persons were tired. We were over 60 or so in the hall, or maybe approximately about 50 in the hall, and we're just about 25 that went to look at the plant. Maybe certain persons were, they were tired. But the beauty of it was that yesterday, it was a great success. Online, we had almost 100 persons in attendance, and in person, we were in between. Say if you want to lie, it's a microphone go up. Am I lying? No. So it has come up back, so I'm not lying. So we're grossing between 80 to 100 persons, because certain persons came in and they left. So it was quite, the session was quite engaging. It was quite interesting, because we even have a forum for us to interact. And we believe that all the necessary persons who weighed in, like we said, it was commonly agreed yesterday that there is a need for a political will. That's why we brought the Honorable Minister. There's a need for us to collaborate, and there's a need for every one of us to roll our sleeves and contribute our quota. So without much ado, today we are going to look at those three plenary sections, and I have assumed that every one of you know who I am, but let me introduce myself. I didn't introduce myself from the start. So my name is simply Lawrence Agada. I am part of the LOC, the Local Organizing Committee. The chairperson of the Local Organizing Committee is Professor Adeku. She is presently engaged in some official assignments in German. So she joined us virtually yesterday. Another member of the LOC is Dr. Daraka, there that dressed as if a malam that is dressed as Niger Delta man. We have Dr. Abdul Said. So he's not wearing his cap today. Yesterday he wore his cap. It was a full allergy. Maybe he didn't want us to know that it's an allergy. It's an allergy. Thank you for your efforts. So we will start today's meeting with there's a slight adjustment in the program. We'll start with topic 2. That is synthesis, standardization, and commercial production of API. He has not come on. Okay. We want to make it as fast as possible today, so that, there's this saying, and some of our colleagues here have said it, that God will help us. If we cannot show seriousness at this level, when are we going to show seriousness? We begged and employed people yesterday that we should try and come as early as possible. So Technical, we are still waiting. Okay. Just give me 5 minutes. Let me clarify, because I do, that person has a time lag. You know, he's located in America. So this is 10. I think we are 4.5 hours ahead of them. 6 hours ahead of them. So that means that person is this is just 10. So that means so it's all around 4 a.m. in the morning. But he's a Ghanaian. Now African, so African blood they flow inside your body. That man smile. Okay, just give me about 5 minutes. Let me settle this so that we cannot waste any time. We've lost about 1 hour. We don't want to lose any other time again. Thank you for your patience. The person will soon join. He has a very limited time. So that is why we want to take his presentation first. I want to plead with the physical presenters that they should exercise patience. We're not looking down on you. We really appreciate you. But, you know, we need to use wisdom around this. And we were really, really grateful to the Indian person, because by the time he was taking his lecture yesterday, we said he would take the lecture by 2:30, and he ended up taking the lecture around 3 something. So we want to avoid stressing anybody today. Okay? Thank you. So I'm tempted to do something, but that means stagger something. Okay, yes. In the interlude, the person that will be sharing this session, this plenary, is our own Professor Kenneth Ugoeze from the University of Port Harcourt. He's a fellow of this institute. Let's bid welcome Professor Ugoeze. The fellow of the college, West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacy. So we are giving our online presenter 5 minutes to, we want certainty settled, and we are believing that that will happen. If it doesn't come on, we'll move on to the physical presentation, because our guests, they've been on ground. In fact, they came earlier than all of us. Let's give them a round of applause. This is ceremonial. If you didn't clap well, I will tell them that we should not serve the don't let me say it very fast. Okay. So, IT. Okay. Let's move straight to the first topic. The first topic is going to be the requirement of GMP in API facility. And the person that will be taking charge, the person that will be leading the discussion, the person that will be pointing us in the direction of doing the right thing when it concerns GMP in an API facility is Pharmacist Ezekwem E. Kenneth. Is a Chief Regulatory Officer with NAFDAC. Let's bid you welcome. You know, very funny. He came to my facility and gave me how many kappa. Okay, so please, Chairman of the occasion. So you are supposed to take it from here, sir.
Thank you, sir. So we are Mr. Ezekwem Kenneth. That's my namesake. Yes. So you're welcome to the podium. The public is here before you. You have 30 minutes, and after that, we'll take a few questions. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Slides. Like rightly introduced, I'm Ezekwem Kenneth, a Chief Regulatory Officer with NAFDAC, a lead inspector also with NAFDAC, and I've gained lots of experience inspecting local manufacturers of pharmaceutical products in Nigeria and international. At the moment, I'm also the present lead reviewer of facilities, facility layouts of finished pharmaceutical products in Nigeria. So I lead some group of reviewers that manage and review facility layouts of finished pharmaceutical products, intending manufacturers tend to retrofit and redesign their facility. I'm also the one managing the electronic database of all local manufacturers of pharmaceutical industries in Nigeria. Now, I wish to appreciate the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research and Development and WAPCP for this opportunity to talk about links to active pharmaceutical manufacturing. Right, next slide, please. introduction, the scope, key definitions, principles of good manufacturing process as relates to APIs, technological transfer and process for API, phase of the facility, framework for the region, messages. We're all aware, like Mr. Lawrence mentioned, we do not have any from school manufacturers in the region in Nigeria. So I would give principles, good manufacturing practice of active ingredients. As a way of introduction, appropriate GMP should be applied from the point at which API starting materials is normally introduced into the process. The stringency of GMP in the pharmaceutical in active pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturing should, as API steps increase. So the usual API steps up until it gets to the final stage of micronization, packaging, the stringency of GMP should increase. Right. All right. Thank you. Okay. Now. All right. Now, the scope of this presentation applies to the manufacture of APIs for finished scope. I'm going to be referencing or use the reference from ICH Q7, reference from WHO TRS, reference from PICS. Now, if you look at ICH Q7, this guide covers APIs that are manufactured by chemical synthesis, extraction, cell culture, fermentation, API recovered from natural sources, or any combination of these processes. But for the focus of this presentation, I'm basically talking about API derived from chemical synthesis. Sterilization and aseptic processing of sterile APIs are not covered here, but I've given a clear reference where we can get that. And this scope also excludes vaccines, whole cells, whole blood, and plasma. Now, if you look at this chart, like I was having a discussion with a prof, we can extract some of our APIs from animal source, plant source. But it's important to know that of API requirements increases down. Look at this. Not necessarily require good manufacturing practice, but require good practices. But when you start to introduce the intermediate material into the process, the production of the intermediates, and isolation, purification, you begin to apply GMP. In fact, it increases down the line. But for API derived from animal source, plant source, you can see where GMP starts to apply. I've indicated it in blue lines. Also from herbal extracts, I've also indicated it in blue lines. That's where you start to apply good manufacturing practice. Now, in the context of this presentation, you always use drug substance similar to active and medicinal products, also going to be equivalent. Now, these are the key definitions. When you look at what's API actually, is any substance or mixture or substance finished from school product. Material, they are raw materials, intermediate or of an API, and it's incorporated as a significant structural fragment of the structure of the API. While we talk about reworking, because you will meet some of this terminology, reworking is subjecting an API or API that does not conform to standards or specification to one of the processing steps of the established manufacturing process, quality intermediate or API. When we talk about reprocessing, it's introducing an intermediate or API, including one that does not conform to any standard or specification, back into the process. While when we talk about retest, is the date when a material should be re-examined to ensure that it's still suitable for use. Now, other key definitions is, well, okay, for GMP, what's GMP? It's a system to ensure that products consistently are produced and controlled according to quality standards. And it's designed, it helps to design and minimize any form of risk involved in the manufacturing process. Intermediate is a material produced during API processing and undergoes further molecular change or purification. Now, another principle of terminology you'll find is ACOA. When we talk about data integrity, ACOA is a concept that we should know about. Is when you say a document is said to be attributable, legible, timely, original, accurate, and the plus of it indicates that it should be complete, consistent, enduring, and available. Now, let's look at, I mentioned, I'm going to do a little bit of comparison. For the GMP principles, we are very conversant with. If you go through WHO TRS is Technical Report Series 986 Annex 2. All these principles mentioned there, you'll find it. If you also go through the PICS Part 1, Part 2 principles of GMP, you'll find all these principles there. Now, the same principles that apply for medicinal products are similar principles that apply for active pharmaceutical ingredients. But ICH clearly, ICH Q7 and WHO TRS 957 specifically now have, in addition, APIs manufactured for cell culture. It addresses GMP that relates to API manufactured by cell culture and API for use in clinical trials. He also mentions some other attributes such as material management, storage, and distribution that you wouldn't find in the medicinal products. Now, what are the principles? So I'll just take the principles one by one. So, like I mentioned from this, you can see all the principles. I'll take quality management. What's quality? So quality is the responsibility of all persons. All persons that intend to work in the manufacturing of active pharmaceutical ingredients should be interested in quality. So clearly, all the roles and responsibilities of personnel that work in an API facility should be defined. And where do you find such description in a job description of all the persons? Then it's important that we establish and document and implement an effective quality management system. Now, quality units should cover quality assurance, quality control, and this quality control, quality assurance should be clearly independent from production. And all that should be seen in the organizational charts where there should be a hierarchical representation and clearly defining their roles. There should not be any form of dependence or responsibility sharing. It should clearly define in the JDs. Now, when we're looking at the life cycle of a product, the life cycle of a product starts from pharmaceutical development, technical transfer, commercial manufacturing, and discontinuation. When specifically you look at investigational product, that's a product that you want to develop newly, you apply regional GMP to that. But if you look at the pharmaceutical quality system, the pharmaceutical quality system applies to the entire life cycle of a product. If you look at it, starting from pharmaceutical development up until discontinuation, you will look at these key elements of PQS are 4: process performance, corrective action and preventive action, change control, management review. All applies to whether you're developing your products as a researcher, whether you're doing a tech transfer, whether you have now gone into commercial manufacturing or discontinuation of that product, you must apply PQS. Other enablers of this life cycle as prescribed by ICH-Q9 are the enablers. For the entire life cycle of a product, knowledge management is very important. For the entire life cycle of the product, quality risk management is very important. So I'll give lots of references because, like I said, I'll just only give in 30 minutes. So more details will be found when you, like, for the quality risk management, you go through ICH-Q9, you get a detailed description of what it entails. So the concept behind ICH-Q10 for pharmaceutical quality system as relates to the life cycle concept of the product introduces senior management. Senior management are very important. They are committed to driving this policy. Quality risk management and knowledge management are enablers of this PQS, like I said. Implementation of PQS enhances assurance of quality products, enhances a level of control, brings about continual improvement, brings about product realization. Now, like I said, quality risk management as relates to API manufacture. If you look at the ICH Q9 table, you will see that to initiate quality risk management process, first of all, you have to first identify the risk. You do a risk assessment by doing a risk identification, or what we now call hazard identification. Then analysis of this risk could be done before you now do an evaluation with an existing risk criteria. Then once you identify the risk and it's high in the process, you now find a way of controlling the risk to an acceptable level and do a periodic review of this. And this principle is usually guided by two main principles. Evaluation of the risk to quality should be based on scientific knowledge. So if you want to identify a risk, you need to have an idea of the manufacturing process of the API. So if you now know the manufacturing process of the API, you should at every step be able to identify the possible risk involved in that particular process step. Then the level of effort and formality involved in it, if the risk is high, the level of formality, documentation, and interest you put in that high risk will be far more than when you have identified a risk to be low. Now, key responsibilities of a quality unit and a production unit. I'll just mention a few points. It's important to know that a quality unit is they are expected to conduct a self-inspection based on the SOP for conducting self-inspection. They approve quality-related impacts, quality-related changes. They also review and approve validation protocols and reports. They ensure that product quality reviews are performed according to the SOP required. While for the responsibility of production units, they prepare, review, and approve instructions for the production of APIs and intermediates, review production batch records, report and evaluate production deviations, investigate critical deviations records, and record their conclusions. Now, one other principle of GMP as regards to API is change control. Remember when I mentioned some of the elements of the PQS, change control is also a very important element of PQS. It's a formal change control system which should be established and record all forms of changes relating to when there are changes relating to change in raw material, changes made to a processing step. So if you have identified a process step and because of it's not giving you the expected yield, you want to change it, that particular process step should go through a change control system. And it's important for change control, a classification system should be done. So the classification is usually into critical, major, or minor. When it's critical, it has more impact on the patient that is going to use it compared to the minor. So the level of response you would do that will be involved for a critical change will be far more than that of a minor change. For complaints and recalls, which is also another principal component of GMP as relates to API, it's important to note that all complaints should be investigated, should be recorded, should be trended. And all, when you trend it, you now need to, at some point, identify whether you need to institute a remedial action. At some point, you also need to identify whether you need to institute a corrective action that will prevent the reoccurrence of such problem. So when it comes, those records should be taken. When you have the opportunity to also recall, it should be guided by an SOP. It should have, the recall procedure should have responsible persons for that, for the recall, and who will initiate it, how serious, if the recall is due to a serious or potentially life-threatening situation, it should be reported to the NRA involved in, well, the NRA where the active pharmaceutical ingredient is being manufactured. I had described them self-inspection. Self-inspection should be guided by an SOP and should have a schedule guiding it. Some people want to put their self-inspection as biannual or once in a year, but it should strictly be adhered to. Product quality review is very important. When you have gone through product quality review and your product, the API is already in the market for use. All batches that fail to meet established specifications, any deviation, any changes made, analytical method change, process steps changed, any quality related returns, complaints and recalls, and all these expected reviews should be subjected to use of statistical tools such as process capability index or control charts, or even standard deviations to see when, so for process capability index with limits that you have upper and lower limits, you're seeing that process capability index should meet a 1.33 index. It means that your process is said to be capable and stable. For personnel, hygiene should be taken care of. Personnel that work in an API facility shouldn't have open lesions of wound, should always report when they have any form of illness that could impact the product. Personnel that intend to work in an API facility should be well trained, should be experienced, should be trained on the operations of GMP, to have all records of training to be done. And it's important for us in this part of the world, since we have active manufacturing, we need to develop a technical know-how amongst our personnel, so that when we transfer technology from another sending unit, the personnel there should be equipped enough to be able to go into this manufacturing process of good manufacturing practice. For the design and location and construction of the facility, I know some other facilitator has taken this, but it's important to note that an API facility should be well located, designed, and constructed to facilitate cleaning and maintenance. So the design should also minimize any level of contamination and cross-contamination. The design should be adequate and allow for spatial arrangement of equipment and personnel. The ergonometrics of the facility should allow for spatial movement and personnel movement, equipment movement. Some equipment will require it to be moved from one place to another for cleaning. It's important. Buildings should be properly maintained and repaired, following a proper procedure. Cleaning schedules should be maintained. Methods of cleaning should also be clean, and buildings should also be maintained. For the sanitation, it's important that for the fumigation, use of insecticides, fungicides, and cleaning agents, those agents should not be harmful to the active pharmaceutical ingredients, and the procedure of cleaning should be adopted. Management, lighting should be of the facility should be the facility should be properly lit. Sewage, refuse, and other waste should be properly managed. How do we get to manage it? So for some, at least for our own our facilities here, these waste management are handled by the waste management of the various states, but it should be guided by an SOP so that the byproducts are well discharged into the environment. Some of these APIs we intend to manufacture, like the beta-lactams, will require certain technical measures. The technical measures include dedicated production areas, facilities, and air conditioning system, because we all know that with beta-lactam facilities, some people are hypersensitive to beta-lactam. Eventually, we can cause an anaphylactic shock. Then for some other cytotoxic and anti-cancer cancer agents, they should have a dedicated production areas. And those areas for active pharmaceutical manufacturing should be far away, free from highly toxic products such as herbicides and pesticides. So you do not want to locate an API where within the neighboring environment, they're manufacturing herbicides and pesticides. Within the neighboring environment, they have abattoirs. Within the neighboring environment, they have dust mills that can generate a lot of dust that will affect the API manufacture. It's important to be qualified. The compressed air, the HVAC system should be qualified. The pipework located to avoid risk of contamination of the intermediate or the drains should be equipped with air brakes that will prevent any form of back siphonage or back drop of any discharge liquid or discharge liquid. For the water that should be used in the API facility should be able to be suitably used and is suitable for the intended use. At minimum, the WHO guidelines for drinking potable water should be used, or even our NIS quality for water. Other chemicals should be checked attributes of this water, total microbial organisms such as E. coli, Staphylococcus aureus. So the water should also go through a level of validation. We have 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And action limits, which is usually derived from the phase 1, should also be set. Process equipment. For process equipment, that equipment should be appropriately designed and adequate. So when we say appropriately designed and adequate, we should have equipments that are not absorptive, they are not reactive to the APIs in question, so that they do not affect the safety and efficacy. And equipment maintenance and cleaning should be guided by a procedure. Equipment should go through 4 levels of qualification: design qualification, installation, operational, and performance qualification. For some facilities that will have HMIs, what we call HMIs, human machine interface, it should go through a level of validation and calibration to ensure that those interfaces will still deliver the expected results that it's supposed to. Batch production and raw material miracles should be maintained. Received identification, quarantine, storage, and testing and approval of reject materials and materials received. It's very important. So from my experience, for the finished pharmaceutical product, it's very important that you should, a facility should have a dedicated place where they receive the raw material, where we call receiving bay. When it goes through a level of testing and it's going through that testing, it stays in the quarantine area. Once it comes out from QC or haven't passed the test, it's now moved into the approved raw material store. So those areas should be well demarcated, separated, so there won't be any form of commingling or mix-up. Now, yes, that's the explanation. All materials should be clearly identified. So when you receive a raw material, so for the raw materials for manufacture of APIs, the starting materials, you should have identity codes from the suppliers. You should have the batch number. You should have the receipt number. Sampling should be conducted at the defined points. Now, for production operations, raw materials for intermediate and API manufacturing should be weighed, measured under appropriate controls. Also in production, you need to calculate the yield so that you have already a batch production you have set for yourself. If it's not the yield, is reported as a deviation by the production unit. Manufacturing process. I won't talk. I know some other facilitator is going to talk about where to manufacture your API. Trying micronization packaging before you eventually get established specifications. So a facility that wants to intend to manufacture API should have specifications already spelled out for the packaging material, both for the secondary, the primary, and the tertiary, the shipper's pack. When you want to also sample packaging material, which talks about having the packaging material meet the acceptance quality limits. For us to also start this API manufacture, remember that validation says that if you have a predetermined criteria to meet, so you need to go, your batches would go through validation. There's been a traditional process which allows us to use 3 consecutive batches. We now have what we call continuous, which allows for continuous and ongoing monitoring actions when needed. So you do some batches. We can do many more validation batches on the required criteria we have set. should cover a procedure for cleaning, which we require a cleaning place. Some equipment do not need to move. You clean it there. Some equipment you need to disassemble. Some equipment you need to do sterilization in place. You just clean in place using the sterilization process. Some equipment you need to clean manually. But all in all, the cleaning validation you need to conduct a cleaning validation and allow for consistency of that. For laboratory control, adequate laboratory facilities should be in place. Secondary reference standards should also be in place. Secondary reference standards are usually generated from primary reference standards. Impurity profiles should be checked at all times. Stability testing requires that you conduct a stability testing for your products, whether it's ongoing stability studies or real-time stability studies. Contract manufacturing and testing. Now, for contract manufacturers, they should meet the required GMP standard you have set for them. So if a contract manufacturer is supposed to supply you with a particular starting materials, they should meet all these requirements I have been talking about to ensure that the starting material they are supplying you meets specification. Now, let me briefly talk about transfer of technology. Transfer of technology as any process together with its documentation and professional expertise. Now we have accurately stated, like Mr. Lawrence mentioned, we do not have any API manufacturer in Nigeria and within this region. So what we need to do is we're going to leverage on countries that are already manufacturing APIs. That's the first step. We're also going to leverage on the fact that our researchers have been doing very many work on chemical synthesis and also deriving APIs from animal and plant sources. So we are going to get some level of okay. Okay, so we're going to derive some level of expertise and professionalism from existing manufacturers at API. So we're going to transfer analytical methods. We're also going to transfer knowledge on analytical methods. We're also going to transfer knowledge on manufacturing. We're also going to transfer technical know-how from existing manufacturers of this API. So it's going to go through this pathway. So we're going to be looking at two sides. There's the sending units. Maybe we can gain knowledge from the universities. We can get knowledge from Indians already manufacturing it, the Germans, the Chinese people. Then we are the receiving units. So there's going to be a successful intra and inter-site transfer of technology, one. There's supposed to be also a new product transfers during development. Like if Prof is doing certain work and he wants to transfer it to the industry, it's going to go through a tech transfer. Remember that I said, if you look at the chart I showed you previously, the tech transfer would have to go and abide with all the principles of PQS that talks about CAPA, talks about process performance, talks about change control, talks about continual improvement, and all the enablers we have talked about, knowledge management and quality risk management. Now, when we want to exchange, let me just use these few minutes I have to talk about certain documents we need to look at when we're working with the sending unit. We need to define the project. What do we want? So a project plan should be in place. There should be a quality agreement between the receiving unit and the sending unit. There should be a facility assessment, which would have done a situational analysis and a gap analysis to identify what we have on ground. So do we have technical know-how on ground? Do we have an existing facility on ground? Like I'm aware that NIPRD have a facility. So what do we need to gain from them? Do we need do a level of health and safety assessments? Then we can now adopt the WHO 4-phase approach for transfer of technology, which first of all, the phase 1 talks about the initial project initiation, determine the need and feasibility. So determine our needs. So let me itemize all the need we need. We do not have an active commercial company into manufacturing of active pharmaceutical ingredients. We have limited technical know-how as regards to active pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturing within the country and the region. We need to add, so those are the gap analysis. So we identify all this. We then move to phase 2, which will have to form a multidisciplinary team. The disciplinary team will come from researchers, it will come from the industry, it will come from regulators, so that we can come together and see how we can harness and put our heads together and forge ahead. Then we perform a risk assessment. So we do not go through, the feedback you should get is, you do not do anything, you do not progress with any projects, as it were, without conducting a risk assessment. A risk assessment, first of all, will tell you, let us first identify the hazard we have, identify the risk. Then we then do a level of analysis of the risk. When you're analyzing the risk, you're doing a level of occurrence and multiplying with the severity as it affects the patient in question that want to take care of. Then you now do an evaluation. Then you talk about risk control. Then we prepare a transfer document and a control strategy. Then we then move to phase 3. Evaluate the generated data from the transfer and assess comparability. So at some point when we have it, we'll now compare with our sending units so that we now see that we're on the same track. So any result you get, any manufacturing process or yield you get should be the same thing as the yield you also get from where it's coming from, the sending units. Implement change control and comply with regulatory requirements. Then the phase 4 now is project review and closeout. Review the progress during the execution, review after completion, prepare the technological transfer reports, document the identified risk, failures, and the CAPAs when necessary. So when you identify any level of CAPA, you institute CAPA, identify any level of risk, you institute CAPA. So project flow charts. Now, if we want to now go into manufacturing, I've come up with a chart for us. You have a concept design. Remember, I won't talk deeply about this because it's a topic I'm also passionate about. When you want to go into a design, you have, the product you intend to produce. So now for this, let's talk about, the active ingredients you intend to produce. You have the concepts. So for the concepts, you design an accommodation schedule. So it goes through a level of approval. If it's not approved, if it is now approved, so I'll take it on the positive because of time. You now have a schematic diagram. Once that schematic diagram is now approved, you now go into a detailed design of the structure we want for our API. So a detailed design of that structure will contain the dimensions of the design, of the facility, the possible dimensions. It will contain the equipment, where the locations of the equipment vis-a-vis the accommodation schedule. It will contain details of electrical fittings, the voltages, and all the rest. So that's how a detailed design looks like. Then it goes through that. When we're all done with this, we have the design all approved. We can now go into construction phase. But now, lastly, I will talk about the framework for API production within the region. So we have to get the regulations and policies right by the concerned ministries. So the concerned ministries are Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Health. Our researchers, we need to come and get regulations and policies right. Like for the agency, we do not have guidelines for GMP for active pharmaceutical ingredients. So we need to get that right before we start. Then we need to build common grounds and trust between the holders and receivers, common grounds between the sending unit and the receiving units. We need to conduct a comprehensive gap and situational analysis and determine the visibility. I've talked about that. We need to build a project team, which should be a multidisciplinary team made up of researchers and even people with the money itself. Then we need to have a formal agreement and transfer protocols raised by the transfer project team. We also need to build capacity to bridge knowledge gap amongst the receiving unit, which is us, including regulators. Then we need to execute the 4-phase approach of technology transfer as I defined by WHO. We need to set timelines for ourselves. We need to monitor and evaluate each step as it goes. So that is the framework we can adopt as a region and as a country, since we do not have the manufacture of active pharmaceutical ingredients. So key messages, I will just mention a few of them. Key players should have in-depth understanding of their roles and responsibilities during the project phase. Decisions on API manufacture should be taken based on comprehensive gap analysis conducted, a framework for local production of APIs within the region should be done with timelines, and review mechanisms should be initiated. Deliberate policies to boost technological transfer for this industry should be formulated and implemented. All controls should be based on clear understanding of process capability and process requirements. API facilities should be designed to accommodate different processes and to protect the operators. The quality of API in a drug has a direct effect on the safety and efficacy. So it's therefore important that we note that GMP is a critical part of API development and manufacture. I do hope this presentation gave an insight into the GMP for APIs and possible framework for the region. Thank you very much.
You can do better than that. I hope you did a good job in this time frame. So the topic we just listened to is requirement of GMP in API facility. The presenter has been Mr. Ezekwem E. Kenneth. He's the Chief Regulatory Officer at NAFDAC. So he summarized the teachings or the presentation in few key points as introduction. He gave the scope of the lesson, and he emphasized that the APIs he's treating were based on synthesis. And he gave the principles of GMP for APIs. He also gave the technological transfer mode and process of design of APIs. He also mentioned the framework for API production in West African region, and he summarized his messages.
No, it's not 45.
Messages on his thoughts. So I rather applaud for him again. So thank you, Mr. Ezekwem, for that wonderful presentation. Now, you may need to ask him a few questions if there's any. So let me have indication by hand raising if anyone has any question. Let's take numbers and let's do that quickly so we can get in the other presenter who is going to be online. You number one, yes. Any other hand? Okay, we assume that is the only person.
Good morning, everyone. And I want to thank the NAFDAC registrar for a beautiful presentation. I just want to find out what is the easiest way of getting data from NAFDAC. There are data available online, but key data are not there. Key data are not there. For instance, I'm aware, or maybe you may correct me, that NAFDAC approves API importation to the country, but we don't get to know the quantity. And you know, when you approach the manufacturers, it takes time for you to get what you want to know. It takes time for them to put the data together, and some of them are even very, very suspicious of your move, despite the fact that we are researchers and government agencies. So for API importation into the country, who is in charge in NAFDAC, and how do we get such data officially? Is it by writing and all that? Then secondly, I listened to your presentation on the various steps to be taken. First of all, you do assessment to identify gaps, and then you have to constitute multidisciplinary team, and then you move from there to do other things. Excellent for manufacturer and all that. But one thing or the perception I always have about NAFDAC, because this is an opportunity for you to clarify some of this, is that you give a posture that you are more interested in enforcing your professional task than actually supporting the system. I don't know if I'm using the right language right now, but let me paint a scenario. You see a small manufacturer, an SME trying to start a business. Of course, he wouldn't know everything, but you subject that same SME, that same small manufacturer to some kind of frustrating rigor without actually even telling the person what to do clearly, because we deal with a lot of them here. You see traditional medicine practitioners, for instance, come here and they say, oh, want to register with NAFDAC. They say we should do this, but they don't even know exactly what they should do. So just referring them to the, the website is not enough. So how do you respond to that? Thank you.
Okay. Taking note. Is there any other question?
Can I take it?
Okay. We want them one after the other. Okay. Hello. You said here.
Yeah, what I want to ask is this. Thank you very much. Your presentation was very wonderful. Just similar to what the Professor Ibariba asked, with this API that we are going into, you know that this API is a very important one. If there's any quality problem, it will not be like the ordinary manufacturing of drugs, that maybe it's only the people that took that batch will be affected. You'll find out that a lot of people will be affected, because it's like the people manufacturing the APIs is like the CPN of the manufacturers. So the criteria how will be the criteria? Because now I think it's only MSOT that is about kicking off. How will be the criteria of certification of the production of APIs? Thank you.
Check the two persons.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your question, and thank you very much. So I think I will take the first one. Then my senior colleague here apparently will take the second one, because he works with the registration department of the directorate of the agency. Now, like you rightly said, we solely depend on importation of API that comes into the country, and we have a Nigerian single portal. We have a Nigerian single portal that those APIs can come in through, and that single portal, we have different agencies in this portal, not just NAFDAC alone. We have CBN in that portal, we have Ministry of Finance, we have NDLA. Now, if you go through the portal, you observe that for API importation into Nigeria is divided into 3 different subsets of people that can come bring in API. We have the manufacturers, non-manufacturers, we have the marketers, we have the researchers. So we've made provisions for the researchers. Now, the requirements for the bringing in APIs as marketers and manufacturer is same. We require that you submit a drug master file, or what we know as API master file, and some other requirements that will prove that you intend to use that API for the manufacture of finished pharmaceutical products, such as license for the pharmacist, license of the premise, and some others. But for researchers, and there's a limitation for the quantity of product APIs you can bring, not more than 25 kg, we do not require API drug master file. We've made it easy for you because of the intention is for research purpose. So maybe the first thing is to probably know that, because it was being run by another directorate. So some people start the step by going through our port inspection directorate before they now find out that it's not from them. it's not from them, then it has to do with, it's handled by Drug Evaluation and Research Directorate within the agency. So that's the stage. You mentioned, how do we get data? Now, if you want to know the data of the number of APIs manufactured into Nigeria, which can help so that you will help to determine your installed capacity when we intend to manufacture API. It's available. It's just to apply through the Director General, through the Director in charge of Drug Evaluation and Research, and you will get it. It's readily available because we have a back-end officer that can retrieve all the APIs our existing manufacturers and marketers have been bringing in over time. And it's even good. Part of our gap analysis we can do is to identify what are the APIs will Nigerians really consume more, so that you can have a sense of direction on which API we can start with. Because if we know we depend so much on paracetamol, and I can speak about paracetamol because paracetamol is up there, we can say, okay, let us start with the manufacture of paracetamol. So that data is available. Then, fortunately, you're speaking with somebody that handles lots of data as regards to local manufacturers of finished pharmaceutical products in Nigeria. So those data, when you come, because of proprietary and protecting and securing the data of some of these things, you go to the channel. If you need some data for research purpose, if you request for it, it will be appropriately issued to you. So let me give Mr. Amon the microphone to answer the other one. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. He requested to know, in regulatory access to beginners, small-scale industries. Okay. Why do you? Okay, you want to take that?
He works with registration.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Amon Emmanuel. I'm a deputy director in NAFDAC, the registration arm, addressing the question from Prof. If I'm not wrong, you were trying to ask or state that we do more of professional tax rather than support the system as in MSME, if I'm right. Okay, so first and foremost, you know that NAFDAC is our main purpose is to ensure that what gets to the public is safe and is good for consumption. That's one. Then two, as per professional tax, the body is professionally endowed, so there's no way we cannot do our professional tax. But supporting and not supporting, I think I disagree. First, MSME, medium, small, and enterprises. So NAFDAC on its own has a package for MSME. Now, the agency has decentralized registration processes for MSME, but now the products that come into those decentralization are classified. Products that will not cause direct harm to individuals are seen as low risks, are handled by the states and zones rather than the big body. So for MSME products, you can get direct information from the state and the zone where those facilities are situated, and then approvals for those products are done in the states and the zone, not in Lagos or Abuja. So addressing the MSME we have now, but for herbal medicine, we should look at any product that is intended to manage, because herbal medicine are not really for cure, they are to manage certain conditions. And then they are taken to manage. They will also be treated as pharma. So the standard will not be like MSME for food, cosmetic, and whatever. It will be higher because someone has an ailment will take this product. So standard will not be compromised. But the standard for everybody should be on a level plane. You cannot lower a standard for one and increase the standard for all. But for herbals, the standard is it's reachable and achievable. So I think it has to do with obtaining the information. You said, yes, our information are more on the website and not on the public domain for direct, physical, whatever. Well, I think that is more of a personal thought of feeling. Now, some people might not tell you that they are unable to approach the office because of fear. Most times people have this fear about NAFDAC. They don't go to NAFDAC to seek information. They would rather run to someone else to seek that information for them. But rather, I will assure you that the herbal medicine producers can go to any of our facilities and they will be attended to. They will be given the information they have, but they still need to get information for our website. Because if you don't read, you cannot develop yourself like that. We have guidelines established, published. This will aid them. And then we have text offices and tables that will address any issue you don't understand from the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Have your question been addressed, Prof? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so I think, same issues we have with finished pharmaceutical products, product failures can occur for finished pharmaceutical product and can also occur for APIs. It's important to know that that we say we do not test quality into the products. Rather, we have a way of designing quality, so quality by design. So when we start local manufacture of API, if we go through the process of what we call QBD, I know you're very conversant with this, and design of experiments, it allows us to shift away from the usual way of regularly testing and inspecting to get to APIs to conform. Rather, we will now go back to going into design of experiment that allows you to go through different stages of identifying your quality target profile of your products. Then you mentioned the critical quality attributes of those products, marrying it with the critical process parameters, control strategies. When we harness and put all these things in place, it means that, yes, all in our design space, it means that the products we're going to churn out would have less risk of product failure. All right, thank you.
Thank you for those answers for him. We have two more persons, one on site and one online. Let's take the one of person on site. Go straight, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just have a little, something I observed in the course of the presentation. You were talking about the risk management, and this, I'm just thinking along waste management too, because in the course of maybe producing API or your finished product, you may generate waste. So, but the way you mentioned that the regulatory or the people, authorities concerned will now take over this. So I'm not very clear. I'm saying, how do you make sure that your waste is not injurious to your community or to where you are producing? And how do people concerned, how are they, because like these things are not clearly spelled out. So you are not sure of how they are going to handle the waste.
Is that okay? You answer the person? Okay. Let's combine with an online platform so we can save time. Please read the online question.
Okay, we have one of our online participants asking a question here. To you, Mr. Kenneth, given the criticality of analytical capability to API manufacturing, in fact, being the most critical of all factors, from your experience as an inspector who knows our local terrain, what can you say about our preparedness and suggest ways of overcoming this deficiency? Okay, that's all we have.
Okay, so madam, there are two things here. The first one I mentioned is risk assessment. So if you look at quality risk management, it allows you, it's a systematic way of, first of all, identifying the risk. You control the risk, then you have a level of communication and review. So for anything we do in life, if risk applies to everything we do in life, we need to, first of all, identify the risk. Now, let's pick, for instance, the manufacturing process of an API. If you say the different steps, maybe you start from
taking one starting material for this API and another starting material, it goes into the reactor, and you do a level of filtration, centrifugation. So what risk is involved in this filtration process? What risk is involved in the micronization process? You identify it. So if you look at ICHQ9, it allows you to say, once you identify your risk, the next thing you will do is you do a risk analysis. Risk analysis it allows you to say that risk you have identified, what is the severity it to have on the end user, which is the patient that is going to consume the API. You remember that the API eventually will go into the finished pharmaceutical products. So if part of the risk that you have identified is there's a possible impurity that can come from the manufacture of API that cannot be completely eradicated or removed, such as nitrosamine. If you know that this manufacturing process cannot completely remove nitrosamine, you've identified it. You have a criteria for it. That's what you do under evaluation. So evaluation allows you to say you have an existing risk criteria. You now evaluate it with it and see whether if you have a criteria for high risk, medium, and low risk. But you as a facility of an API, you have set a risk for yourself. So if it's a high risk, you now move to risk control and see what are the mitigations you can put in place to bring that risk of reducing the nitrosamine in this API to a certain level. So that is it. So that's the risk for you. Then periodically you do a review. But for waste management, we have waste that can come from the from the process of manufacturing an API. So how do we manage our waste? The facility that intends to go into manufacturing an API, first of all, should have an SOP for management of risk. So if I take my waste to be the effluents, they should have an effluent plant. So the effluent plants we have, like from my experience, you see effluent plants that are designed to have two partitions. The first one is where they actually process that effluent, whether chemical breakdown of the effluents to make the byproducts less harmful to the environment. So from that, after they have gone through that chemical degradation, it's now pushed into another compartment. So that compartment where you have the byproduct that is less harmful to the environment, how is it now managed? Who manages it? Usually is for us in this region is our waste management. You see the medical waste management of different states. We come and the company will discharge the byproduct that is less harmful. So it's very important that the SOP should state clearly how eventually that waste would not cause harm to the environment, especially waste that come from hormonal products, waste that come from cytotoxic products, waste that come from other products like beta-lactam. You know, some people are very allergic to beta-lactam that can cause hypersensitivity. So all the waste that will come from the manufacturing process should be well managed, guided by an SOP, by the company and by the waste management of the region in question. So,
I guess yeah, with that. Okay. However, if you have more after the, thank you. Then the question that was given online, sir.
Okay, so I understand the question that was given by the online because of the peculiarity of our country, Nigeria. It's important that that possible framework that was given, we do a gap analysis. We need to identify what we have on ground. You know, like all the gap constitutional analysis. We need to identify how the readiness of the people, because when you want to go into this manufacture, the readiness of the people to be able to accept it and acquire the knowledge and be able to use this knowledge in conducting and going into the production is very important. So all the parameters I've looked at, personnel and all the components of GMP, we need to really adhere to it. That's the only way we can be able to avoid any form of the peculiarity that we have in Nigeria that can want to bring this project not to come into place. But we need to take the bull by the horn and get it right. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Ezekwem. Mr. Ezekwem, there are more questions online. So, however, we crave your indulgence to wait after the online presentation. We'll combine the question, then where it's applicable to you, We'll call you up. Thank you. So listeners, I want to thank you for your patience and the keen interest in listening. I wish to appreciate the speaker. Mr. Ezra, kindly come forward for appreciation for the concurrence of this event.
And I know some of us have questions still linked to this one, but because somebody is waiting online, we will quickly take the online one. That when we are through, we'll take every other questions that go alongside. He's going nowhere. He's staying with us. We'll lock the door, Abby. Thank you very much.
Thank you. They said they will lock the door. So the West African Political of Pharmacists, in conjunction with the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, NIPRD, give this award of appreciation to you, Mr. SFM, as a parent speaker during this program. So thank you very much. So this comes to end this session. We'll be waiting for the online presentation.
Thank you very much. Is our online presenter ready? Is he set? Is the person set?
Yes. Can you hear us, please?
In the gap, we are just assuring that the chairman of this session, this in this preliminary, is our own able. In fact, when I saw the name, I said, this is the kind of name my junior sister gave to one of the children. The boy's name is Achiever. But we are talking about Professor Philip Builders. Is the head of drug monitoring unit, drug manufacturing unit, NIPRD. They said I've been calling it NIPRD since it's called NIPRD. So you're welcome, sir. Let's give him a round of applause. Please kindly share your slide. The speaker, come forward, sir. Please, your section.
No, it's not.
He will be the one to.
You say share your slides.
Are you hearing? Okay, I want to welcome you to this session. And with respect to...
No, let me go.
I think with respect to this API workshop, when I had a fit, I was actually very happy. We all know what we saw with COVID, the gap that we saw in our health services with COVID. And COVID has gone, but we don't know what lies by the side. For medicine security, this may not be part of us also. For food security, any pandemic can come at any time. It may not also be pandemic, it could be war. We see what is happening in Ukraine. It may not concern us. I don't know whether we'll be following. But at any point in time, there may be a nuclear bomb and it will be world war. And all the borders will be closed again. But when the pandemic came, so please, we pray that this API, that it starts so that we can be self-reliant. We have our petrochemicals, so we can do it. Is it ready? Yes. Okay. Our next lecture will be on synthesis, standardization, and commercial production of APIs. And it's going to be by Dr. Patrick N. Lukele. He's the President Technical Solution for Global Health in USA. So he will be talking to us. Dr. Patrick, are you hearing us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see me and hear me?
Dr. Patrick? Okay, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. So before I thank you very much to the West Africa Postgraduate College of Pharmacists and to NIPRD for this invitation. I am going to be speaking on behalf of Emzo Pharmaceutical Company as a consultant that has facilitated their partnership for the production of API in Nigeria, which will be the first in West and East Africa. So before I start, I happen to be here in Denmark with Dr. Stella Okoli. So I'd like to say hello, and my presentation will be on behalf of her initiative at Emzo Pharma. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to say a big thank you to all of you. Most of you are probably my children, my colleagues. You're doing very well to have this, seminar. It's unfortunate that coincided with the WHO UN meeting in Copenhagen, which is a yearly affair. That's why I was not there myself. So I thank NIPRD for hosting this and, also making sure that it's very successful. I thank you. I know that your time is probably limited. We're very grateful. And as you know, Emzo is committed to quality health care in Nigeria. And API manufacturing is, you mentioned the difficulties of COVID and, getting things in. So Emzo group have decided to have an API factory, and it's almost completed, isn't it? Machinery have arrived, and the experts will come in a few to start setting up. So I want to say thank you. I'm not the obviously I'm not the consultant and not the, so Dr. Pat, let me not take Dr. Pat's time so that you can hear from his mouth. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll just let you see the face behind the presentation, and then with your permission, I'll turn off the video so as to allow excellent reception so we don't tie up bandwidth unnecessarily. Is that okay?
Have they seen your face? They didn't say anything.
Is that okay?
It's okay. I think we have seen your face.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just a quick intro. I think I've met most of you in Nigeria when I was heading the PQM program, which is USAID funded. I had terrific interactions with NAFDAC, as well as with most of the manufacturers in the country. So really privileged to be talking to you this time, not about finished pharmaceutical products, which I've talked to most of you over the years for a long time, this time talking about API. So the previous presenter before me has given a good foundation and background as to what are the necessary ingredients that need to be put in place by way of quality management systems, some due diligence work that has to occur in setting up such a facility in country, and what are some of the risk mitigation plans that have to also be put in place. What I would like to talk about this time really is the opportunities that we see for an API plant in a country like Nigeria, the constraints that have occurred that had limited our ability to have API in country, API production in country, and then talk about progress to date. What have been some of the continental initiatives and now the national initiative that Emzo took upon itself to launch this endeavor. So if we go to the first slide, I'm going to also keep this talk brief because I think we're all constrained by time. I know I have another meeting in less than 30 minutes. So I will start with the definition of API. Previous speaker from NAFDAC, I think gave that definition, so I will not really delve into it. Most of you know what API is, but I'll talk about it briefly. General steps in the synthesis of API, some of the initiatives that have come to life for the manufacture of API, gaps in API production, and some of the constraints, such as skilled workforce that we don't have for such an industry, but nonetheless, what the benefits will be. To a country like Nigeria that has a petrochemical industry, there are opportunities to go downstream and start to use some of these small molecules that can be used for the synthesis of large molecules at the end of the day. Potential barriers. I don't want to dwell on barriers. We have been dwelling on barriers for a long time. Now we have to talk about what are we going to do about these barriers so that we are not constrained anymore. And then finally, I'll make a very passionate plea, if there are government officials in the audience, to basically talk about the tragedy that has befallen local manufacturing in country by way of lack of adequate policies that would promote and support the pharma industry. It is really unfortunate that up to now, we don't have very consistent and elaborate and robust policies to support industry. We should have learned from India and learned from others in Southeast Asia that have made the leap that they have made because government policies have been there to support the growth of the industry. Okay, so let's start. API, active pharmaceutical ingredient. We used to call it drug substance. I think until ICH came up with a consistent acronym for it and said it's now active pharmaceutical ingredient. API is any substance or mixture of substances intended that are used in the manufacture of the finished product that are responsible for the therapeutic indication of the drug. So this is the active ingredient as opposed to the inactive ingredients that you find in finished products such as excipients and other ingredients that would enhance bioavailability or enhance solubility, etc. API is that molecule that makes the drug do what it's supposed to do in the body. General steps, I'll take you just briefly through the general steps. Oh, thank you very much. I think you're sharing. Excellent. Thank you. So let's go to slide 2. Okay. Sorry, next slide. Slide number 2. Okay, so for the purpose of this presentation, we are going to confine this to chemical synthesis. Our rep from NAFDAC spoke about all the various ways you can make an active ingredient, biologics, through fermentation processes, chemical processes. My focus is going to be on chemical synthesis because at the end, I'll highlight the work that EMSO has done with their API facility in the Ogun State in Shagamu. So for chemical synthetic scheme, broadly speaking, for API synthesis, it starts with step 1, where you have key starting materials or KSMs that are used for the synthesis of the final molecule. So sometimes they may call these raw materials or key starting materials, KSMs. Those go through synthetic chemistry to generate larger pieces of the molecule, which ultimately are built to the final molecule, which is the active ingredient. So in step 2, you have synthesis occurring following standard procedures using reactors, centrifuges, etc., to conduct those syntheses in controlled environments, controlled temperature, humidity, etc. And once the chemical moiety is made, often you have to do filtration, crystallization, drying, etc., to get the bulk API, and then you do purification of the API. Just for your information, what really determines the ultimate quality of the API is the extent of purification that happens to the raw material. So when you have manufacturers buying APIs and you see different prices of the API, what really determines the price is how pure that purification process, or how rigorous that purification process occurred. You may, for example, have heard that if you were to buy an API that is WHO pre-qualified grade, it is more expensive than a grade that is not WHO pre-qualified. And the reason for that is the purification process is often rigorous to reduce the impurity levels in the API ultimately as defined by the pharmacopoeias or as defined by WHO PQ standards. So that ultimately leads to higher price of the API because of the rigorous purification process that happens. And then ultimately, the final step, you may do milling to get the right particle size, and then package the API typically in drums that are used for shipment or for commercial distribution. So that's the broad general steps. I did not get into any chemistry because I don't want to put some of you to sleep. So I kept it very high level. Now, let us look at current efforts and initiatives for API production. This goes back all the way to 2007, where we had the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa, PMPA. This is a continental initiative that recognized the need for a robust pharmaceutical industry in Africa. So we started really talking seriously about the pharma industry and its growth back then. Then towards 2020, we had the launch of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Initiative by the European Investment Bank. This is more recent. The European Bank came in and started to set up some initiatives to support local production of active ingredient in Africa. We have here COVID-19, essential API manufacturing in Africa. This was also another agenda, really initiative to try and put some more seriousness to the conversation about manufacturing API. 2021, we had the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, I think gave some money to NIPRD, $400,000, which it's a drop in the ocean, really, for an API plant. But nonetheless, it was an effort to encourage some serious discussions about API manufacture in Africa. 2021, the same year, IFC, International Finance Corporation, I think also has some initiatives. So is the African Development Bank for API and finished product there. And then finally, we have APIFA. I think this is an organization based in Kenya that has been supporting or talking to some African manufacturers and giving them that platform and opportunity for external funding. So you can see that there's been a lot of serious conversations around API manufacture, and some funding is now being put behind the conversation. Okay, so let's look at next slide is, let's look at current gaps in API production, just to focus on demand for key APIs, quantities, and importation costs. So this is a statistics you have seen that we rely heavily on importation, even of finished products. I think we, of the demand for finished products, only 30% of that demand is met by local producers. And when it comes to API, almost 100% demand for API is being met by importation. So we are not making our own APIs at all. So this dependence is dangerous. It is ill-advised, and it's something that we must do something about, as we all saw in the case of the pandemic that we're just going through, where nationalistic tendencies prevented the exportation of certain critical raw materials and finished products for our people. So this dependency must be broken. Next slide, I will just show you quickly in very visual terms the trade imbalance between import and export over the years. So starting from 1970, the imbalance was really not that high. I guess reason being that we are not really, our pharmaceutical market was not huge. It's not to say we are producing, but it's just that the market was not really huge. But over the years, up to 2000, you see significant growth in importation, and yet export, of course, is low. We are not really shipping outside of Africa. But so you see the trade imbalance grows. You might wonder around 2020, what happened? The importation went down because of COVID. So this shortening of gap between import and export is not because we started exporting. It's just because the logistical problems of COVID, we were not really importing much. But in the next few years, you see that graph going way back up in terms of importation now that the ships are plying the sea. So in essence, this slide is to say we have a huge work ahead. We have to try and narrow that gap between importation and exportation. Okay, so real data. Just between Q3 and Q4 of 2021, Nigeria imported about $143 million worth of just anti-malarials. This is huge, and I'm sure this number will continue to grow because of the disease burden continues to be a problem for us. So it's in this light that I had orchestrated and discussed the need to have API manufacturing on the continent, and had several discussions with Emzor Pharmaceutical Company. And they developed a partnership with a very notable and credible company in India called Mangalam Drugs and Organic, which was the first company to ever pre-qualify active pharmaceutical ingredients with WHO, and they are the biggest producers of anti-malaria APIs. So the agreement was to make 4 APIs, so start with making 4 APIs, all in the malaria space: artemether, lumefantrine, sulfadoxine, and pyrimethamine. Okay, so next slide just again reminds you about how far we are behind in terms of capability to manufacture our own drugs. Roughly, we have about 375 pharma companies in Africa, manufacturing pharma companies for the people of about 1.3 billion. If you compare that to China, where they have about 10,000 manufacturers, or India, I'm sorry, India has 10,000 and China has 5,000. All serving almost the same population of 1.4 million. So we have a lot of work to do and a lot of catching up to do. Now, what is interesting also is that even for these 375 pharma companies, majority of them are concentrated in few countries, roughly about 9 countries. And I'll show you some of those. Nigeria, your country obviously has the largest number of producers, and is the most populous country on the continent. As you know, Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Ghana, South Africa. And here again, we are talking about sub-Saharan Africa. North Africa clearly is ahead in terms of pharma development, and they've done a great job. The Egypts, Tunisias, Moroccos, etc. So my focus is on sub-Saharan Africa. But few of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa control the manufacture of pharmaceuticals. All right, so of all these companies, next slide, 375 roughly, none of them are really making active pharmaceutical ingredient. None. All right, so let's look at next slide. What has been the journey towards the production of API? If you start from the fine chemicals in 1962 up on this path, you see that it's a very windy road. It's not been a straight path. Fine Chemicals in South Africa started this effort way back in 1962. And then in 2007, my good friends, Alexander Graham, who is Nigerian, and Dr. Paul Ate, who is Ghanaian, came from the US and started making azithromycin in Ghana under the Lagre Pharmaceutical Company. That effort did not really succeed much, and they were never able to produce huge commercial grade API. And then later, Pharmaco International Chemicals in Egypt is in North Africa, in 2016, they started making commercial grade API, but that's in North Africa. And now in South Africa, we have this company called Chemical Process Technology Pharma. They are making small scale API, mainly for internal consumption for the manufacture of their own product. So going down this road, EMZO, in I think just a year ago, embarked on full commercial manufacture of API, not just for Nigeria, but really for the African continent. And so in the next few slides, I'll talk about their journey and their effort in that regard. Okay, now let's talk about some of the constraints. Maybe perhaps trying to understand why this has not happened over the years. First, workforce capacity. I mean, clearly, this is a highly skilled, or it's an endeavor that requires highly skilled personnel. And over the years, we had concentrated, even our pharmaceutical or our pharmacy careers have been on clinical pharmacy and community pharmacy. Very little effort has been put on developing industrial pharmacists. It's only recently that we start to see curriculum within universities where industrial pharmacy is now being stressed, and so we can have our students taking up careers so that they can work in a regulatory agency or work in pharmaceutical manufacturing environment. So workforce has been a big issue. Next slide just shows you in Nigeria, if you look at, I think this is data from PCN, looking at the number of licensed pharmacists, only 1.7% have gone through industrial pharmacy career. The rest is either hospital pharmacy, community pharmacy, and other types of pharmacy. Industrial pharmacy has not really been emphasized over the years. I hope this trend will continue to change as we see more academic institutions now taking up industrial pharmacy careers. But beyond Nigeria, there have been other efforts. This is an NGO in, I think it was in Tanzania, funded by UNIDO and others, where some of you may have taken up courses to do small-scale synthesis and do pharmaceutical formulation development. This was in Kilimanjaro School of Pharmacy in Tanzania. So there are also other institutions, I think, where Professor Babalola was, I forget the name of her university now, but they were also putting in place some good industrial pharmacy career. Okay, so let's talk about some of the opportunities now in growing our workforce so that we really prepare to take on this task of controlling and being able to do our own API manufacture. First, I'm going to show you some data to show that when you have a good understanding, local understanding of the synthesis, you can actually reduce costs. So even with the EMZO initiative, as we transfer technology from Mangalam for the manufacture of API, there's opportunity to actually reduce the cost of the API, because as you understand the synthetic scheme, you could vary that scheme and use local materials where available so that you can reduce the cost and thereby increase access to the product for the patient. Okay, next slide. So here are two examples. Tenofovir disoproxil fumarate, which is used for ARV, as an ARV for treatment. researchers have demonstrated that they could decrease the price from 900 per kilogram to current price of $110 per kg. What did they do? They modified the synthetic scheme. So the originator had launched synthetic scheme, and the generic producers were able to reduce that and drastically reduce the cost by reducing the number of steps in the synthesis. Efavirenz, it's another HIV drug. Current price is now at $95 per kilo average. Originally, it was $900 per kilo. So you start to see that as we take on these tasks on our own, opportunities exist for us to even significantly reduce cost and thereby increase access of the drug for the patient. Okay, this I will skip. This is talking more about the African continental free trade and some opportunities that exist that these APIs can go beyond the borders of Nigeria and access other markets. Okay, this benefit I want to spend some time to talk about. Here's another benefit of local production. I'm a huge advocate of local production for several reasons, not just for economic development, but also for health. When you have a regulatory agency that can oversee the activity of the local producer, you are in a better chance of preventing substandard products or counterfeit products from permeating the shores of a given country, because there's better oversight. So I think that as we have more production going on locally, the opportunity to reduce substandard falsified drugs actually increases. So we start to reduce these because we have better control of who is making these products, and we know the regulators know how to get to them easily. Having products coming from abroad, sometimes you're really not assured of the sources, despite what the shipping document might say. They may not be produced in those environments. So local production is something to take seriously, not just for economic development, but it's also good for health because you have better control. Okay, in the next few slides, I think 2 or 3 slides left, let's talk about additional barriers. I talked about the workforce, but that has not been the only barrier that has prevented us from growing the API business. Logistics is another one, and I hope this can be addressed through the African continental free trade. We all know that it's not easy to move goods across borders in Africa. Our markets have been fragmented, but again, the continental free trade, the promise of that is to open up our markets. Our regulatory agencies are now really being strengthened. I mean, we know that NAFDAC, congratulations to them, achieved their ML level 3 status, which is also bound to help local producers because it gives them the clout and the credit that if NAFDAC oversees a local producer with an ML3, that means that they must be operating at a higher level. At least that's the design of that. We talked about the skills gap, so I won't talk about that. But what I want to talk about now is the absence of policies to support local industry. The tragedy of the pharma industry in Africa has been the lack of adequate policy to support the industry. We must address this because without this, we would always be constrained. Business relies on government support, not just financially, but policy-wise, so that they can grow. This is what India did, and Africa must learn from the Indian experience. Okay, I'll be thrown out of this room in 5 minutes and move to the next room. So I will be rushing to the end, and then we can have Q&A. This slide, the next slide, please, is talking about Aspen. Aspen recently set up a manufacturing plant for COVID vaccine. There was no patronage, and that facility had to shut down. We must prevent this from happening to any endeavor that is making active ingredient. Without patronage and government policy, success is going to be difficult. Okay, so we can move through this. This is all talking about Aspen and pool procurement. And I'll just show you now photos of the EMSOP plant that is underway. If you can move to the photos before we leave the room. Next slide, please. Yes. So this is a campus, EMSO's campus on the Shagamu facility. The construction has started. It's 50% underway. As you can see on the left-hand side, see the huge complex and the reactors and the centrifuges on the right-hand side. So this is not talking about theory. This is talking about reality. This facility it's on its way, and we hope that by 2023, they will start making commercial products. Just a quick question on NAFDAC. EMSO is doing this in collaboration with NAFDAC. The previous speaker talked about all the framework that has to be put in place. Here we're going alongside with NAFDAC. NAFDAC is learning as we're going, and so is EMSO through this tech transfer process. So with that, I thank you, and I'll be available for questions in the next room. Yes. Thank you very much.
So leave it open now.
So I'm available for any questions you might have.
Manufacturer APIs. We also talked on the constraints and the barriers, especially a very important one is that of government policy. Because without government policy, actually, we cannot really go far. If you go to places like China and India, where we have them having a mainstay for APIs, there's a lot of government support. Here, there's a lot of problems for those industrial manufacturers. They take care of their power, transport, water, in short, everything. So it's quite terrible. He also talked on the benefits, what we should have in when we have our APIs, us producing our APIs. We have affordable drugs, also we have adequate security. We want to thank you once more, Dr. Patrick. We'll take questions. Do you have questions or comments?
Okay, it's taken for granted that we understand what what was presented. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have questions.
Thank you very much.
We must have questions. Where is the chemistry people now? When you don't ask questions, it means two things. It's either you over-understand or you don't understand. But I actually understood him quite very well. So, comments.
Thank you very much, sir, for your lecture. It's been quite enlightening. Part of what I can see is the question I want to ask about the workforce gap. Why there is that workforce? Is it that the pay is not attractive, or why are we having gap in that? Because we turn out thousands of pharmacists every year from pharmacy school. Why are they not encouraged to go into the industry? Is there something that is not attractive in the industry compared to what we have in the community? Because the percentage in the community is quite high, and then followed by the hospital before very few people want to come into industry or even research. So I don't really, is it part of the policy that is affecting the workforce, or I don't know why, or I can't, maybe you can give us, you can enlighten us why we are having that people not encouraged to go, into the industry. That's number one. Then number two, in terms of the production, when you are talking of, like this and this lumefantrine artemether that EMSO is trying to go in, it's a welcome idea. It's something that we really long to have because we have a lot of fake and adulterated products in the market. So when they go into this, I believe it will really take care of this issue of fake anti-malarials in our market. So I really want to commend EMSO for this laudable project. It is something that we have been waiting for, and I pray they succeed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. I noticed that your presentation, the major challenge for establishment of API plant in Nigeria is inadequate government policies to support the pharma industry. So my question is there any effort to overcome that policy on ground currently? Thank you.
Please, do we have anybody from the Federal Ministry of Health? Okay, so now that we're going to carry that on their head, why do we have problem with government policies in support?
Good afternoon once again. Well, it's like a hydra coming up every time with too many heads. Government policies. First, for my agency, I would like to say that NAFDAC has policies supporting local manufacture. We have the 5+5 validity policy, and we have the ceiling lists. Now, those two policies tend to build on capacity of local manufacturers to stop the importation of certain pharmaceuticals. There are two lists. So the ceiling list says that you don't bring in those products again. Why the 5+5 validity policy says that you, for a first timer, you're allowed to have 5+5, 10 years on that product on that list. And after 10 years, it is expected that the next renewal will come as a locally manufactured product, where you, along the process, the system notifies you, warns you, and if you don't comply, it deregisters that product. Those are two policies that are geared towards supporting the local farmer. Then at the same time, there are some incentives that the agency puts for local manufacturing. The tariff line is different between the imports and the local manufactured, whatever. There's a wide gap of tariff. It's more lighter towards the local arm. So for regulatory policies, I'll say that there are enough policies supporting the local manufacturers, and more policies can be brought up, not only on what we have presently, but I think what is being referred by most presenters and critics from the public are more of fiscal policies and political will from governments. But regulatory-wise, there are enough policies supporting the local manufacturers. Thank you.
Thank you. Even though it may not be part of what we should be talking, there was a small frown with an industrial area of the 5+5 policy. But maybe we'll discuss it later. It's not part of us. Any more questions and comments? Oh. Online question, okay.
Okay, this is from Associate Prof. Ariel Gallagher. He said, quickly, what specific advice do you have for what we are trying to do here at NIPRD, which is a pilot scale production facility for demonstration and training? So you understand that's the gentleman that asked the first question, and he is the project lead for this particular work. So he's asking, is asking, that question is going directly to MSO stroke the consultants, that what is your specific advice that they can give for what NIPRD is trying to do here? Because they have, it seems as if they've gone ahead, they have facilities on ground, and by extension, they have said that in 2023, there will be commercial business going on with this particular thing. So they are asking this question. I believe Doctor Online is hearing all these questions. The ones that we can answer as Nigerians, who will answer it here. Because the one of student, why are they not going into the manufacturing? Those of us that are manufacturers can answer that one. But for the other ones, let's leave that for the doctor.
Okay.
Let's go to get to Dr. Patrick.
Okay.
Dr. Patrick, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Yes, I can hear you. Let me try to answer the question. So I'll start with the one on the...
There's another question here. What is the role of pharmacovigilance in the local manufacturing of API? And what efforts are in place to build capacity in pharmacovigilance as we advocate for local production of APIs?
Okay, we'll go over to Dr. Patrick for you to answer those that are related to your lecture. Then the one that is related to us here, we'll get people to answer it here. Over.
Okay, so I'll start with the first one that talks about why we have not had a lot of interest in the workforce development for local pharmaceutical manufacturing. There are two things. First, I think we've not really had curriculum that helps to develop our students to enter the pharmaceutical industry. Most of it, as I said, most of the pharmacy career has been directed at clinical pharmacy and community pharmacy. Industrial pharmacy has not really been emphasized. But even in cases where industrial pharmacy is now being taught, the curriculum is not consistent with job readiness, right? So there needs to be a review of what is being taught and whether those students who are graduating from those programs are job ready. Are they able to function on the production floor? Are they able to function in the quality control laboratory? There are efforts underway to try and build skills, not just get degrees, but get skills, relevant skills that will make them productive when they are hired into industry. Today, I know that industry suffers from hiring these graduates and spending money to train them for maybe a year to 2 years, only to leave and go to another company. So we really need to make our graduates job ready so that they can be productive. So these have been the two constraints. Curriculum has not been adequate to make them ready to enter the pharmaceutical industry. To become a seller in a pharmacy, I mean, we see a lot of graduates with small pharmacy shops. That's traditionally what our programs have been geared towards, and not industrial. This is changing, and I hope it will continue to change in the direction that we will develop their skills, not just getting degrees. And you can do this through various professional development programs, putting them through practical skills training, etc. So that's my response on that. On the issue of government policy, the policy we are talking about here is mainly trade policy. It's not necessarily financial, government coming and giving industry money. I mean, although in some countries like India, they actually give industry money to engage in exports. That's fine. But trade policy where local industry products are being patronized, right? If you look at, let's go to Ghana, your neighboring country, with about 30 million people. Ghana has banned about 48 drugs from being imported into Ghana. Nigeria, with a population of over 200, your ban list is like what? Less than 30 molecules. I mean, this is comical. So you have to start there. One way to protect industry is to make sure that the products that they are making, especially if they can meet demand, why do you continue to bring those products into the country? You have over, I think I was told, maybe I need to be corrected, over 100 brands of artemethyl lumefantrine that are in Nigeria, coming from all kinds of suppliers abroad. Why do you have over 100 brands of artemethyl lumefantrine when you have big companies in Nigeria with adequate installed capacity to manufacture this product for the Nigerian people? The average installed capacity of most companies is huge. And yet you have, I think, 60% idle capacity. Machines sitting, they are not making tablets because the demand is not there. Why is the demand not there? Because these products are already being flooded into the country from other sources. You have donor agencies buying products, anti-malaria products, bringing them into Nigeria for the Nigerian people. So there is an issue there. So when I talk policy, my focus is mainly on trade policy, because if there is a commercial incentive for any manufacturer, they will do all the investment necessary to be able to meet the demand and also meet the quality. But when that incentive is not there, there's no there's no trade incentive or commercial benefit, then you see people operating under conditions where the quality standards are not as good because they are looking at their bottom line. So really, trade policy is something that will help the industry in a big way. I think there was another question on advice to NIPRD on what they should do. This is a great question. When I saw the support that was given, $400,000 for API manufacture, that is just woefully inadequate. If you're talking about because just looking at centrifuges and the equipment necessary for commercial production, I'm talking now, not on a pilot scale or lab scale, but for commercial production, that is minuscule. However, I think there's a lot of homework that needs to be done before engaging in such an exercise. And I think the NAFDAC presenter gave some of those principles that must be adhered to, some of the due diligence work that has to be done in order to prepare the ground for a successful launch of such a project. And so it's something to think about seriously, whether the initial investment you're really there at the point where you can say we are ready to do anything serious with a $400,000 investment. I hope and I pray that NIPRD will get more so that they can really engage more seriously in trying to make this an effort that will succeed by 2023. So I think I'll stop there. If there's something I missed, please let me know. But thanks very much for your questions. Well, I think it's finished. Is it? Yeah, speaking. Hello.
Thank you very much, sir, Professor Builder, for sharing this particular plenary section. There is by popular demand, but we'll try as much as possible to limit the number of questions. There are some questions. Somebody wants to make one or two contributions towards the waste management. So we will give that person an opportunity so that we can be taking our tea before we move quickly, because our time is flying. We'll move to the next presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Dr. Okafo, Director of Lagos General Office of Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. So I want to talk about the waste management, not just for APIs, but for
many other things like pharmaceutical waste. Because I don't know what happens outside Lagos, but we have a problem in Lagos for pharmaceutical waste. That's the finished product waste, because that I think we can discuss it in-house as a problem that we have. So in the AHAPNE, that's Association of Hospital and Academic Pharmacists of Nigeria, Lagos State branch, we have a research group. So because of what is happening in the community pharmacy and in the public, two of us are in that research committee. So in our group, we said they're going to have after additional, yes, we are that committee. And two of us are PhD holders. So it's not so we are focused on research. So we went out to do pharmaceutical waste management on the public in Lagos and then on community pharmacy practitioners. We had two projects and the results were the same, both for public and for community pharmacy. They are saying that because NAFDAC is not coming or asking them for their waste or coordinating their waste, and once in a while they ask them, they say them to pay money. They give so many reasons why they manage their waste by themselves. Among the public, they just throw it into the dustbin. Their waste includes unused pharmaceutical products, expired ones, damaged ones. They just throw it, very good advice, they just throw them away. So the public just throws their waste. Hello? The public just throws their waste away. And they don't know the implications. Then the community pharmacists that know the implication of the waste management, because their hands are tied, as they said, they also throw some of them burn. When they burn, the ash go into the gutter, and the gutter water seeps into our well and our boreholes in Lagos, and we drain the water. Some of them just open the tablet from their sachets, as they said, and pour it inside the water, and pour the water into the gutter. So they just put it in dustbin. In my estate, LASEPA, that is the agency that is in charge of waste in my estate, they came and gave us a special bag and said we should put our pharmaceutical waste and medical devices there. People refuse to even buy the bags. So they still put their pharmaceutical waste inside their dustbins. So we have a lot of work to do in pharmaceutical waste because it is causing problems for us. It's entering the gutter, entering the water, and we are drinking the water. We are planting vegetables in that soil and we are eating the vegetables. So we don't know exactly what is wrong with us when it comes to why we are having health challenges in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Okay, let me allow you to say one or two things before we need to move to the next presentation.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate an insight you have given to us towards researches and management. Now, so let me mention, I told them, Professor, I just came back from a training on manufacturing of biopharmaceuticals in South Korea, and represented there were up to 33 countries from low, medium income earning countries. So one of the facilitators asked us from different regions, how do we manage our waste? So I'll give you various experiences, and we also shared our own experience with them from Nigeria and some from Africans around region. Now, for some of the countries, they mentioned that their regulatory bodies do take care of their waste, includes refuse and effluents. Completely. But our experience here, for the medical waste, the industry is expected to have an SOP that guides the proper converting of those wastes to a level that's not going to have harm to the environment. Now, like I said from the initial side, you will see from my experience of inspecting local and international manufacturers of finished pharmaceutical products, those ways that will come from microbiology, those ways that will come from the manufacturing process, it goes into a compartment, is converted, is degraded to a level that is not going to be harmful. And for Lagos specifically, the Lagos State Medical Waste Management handles that. Then for community pharmacy, for expired products, my senior colleague here
once works in the enforcement unit that is in charge of, you're supposed to submit your expired product to the agency, and he will tell you at the cost, and it will be usually destroyed periodically. Then for the effluents, as I've clearly said, the company, the onus lies on the company to first of all degrade it to a certain level that will not be harmful to the environment. And I think we need to get this right, because the country now is intending to go into manufacturing of API. One, the company, our country is also intending to go into manufacture of vaccines. So it's key that we understand, and if we don't have a very good framework for this waste management, like you have clearly identified, maybe as a group, harness and see how we can probably rework it and see, and going forward it to be better off. Thank you.
Yeah, and just quickly,
Thank you very much.
let me say
I
something
have
on
an
waste management.
experience.
Just quickly.
Informally, some of the top Achilleans of NAFDAC has advised us informally. There is no document or anything I've seen concerning that because of the costs that manufacturers are looking at or whatsoever, there's nothing stopping us using our bodies like NIP, PMG-MAN to form a group so that these things can be aggregated. When they are now much, then together, it is funded together, because even if you have small waste, you are bringing it to NAFDAC, they charge you, because the process for doing that thing is not it's not that small as it looks like, because by the time you bring them, they will NAFDAC, they will not be the person who will destroy it. NAFDAC will supervise that it goes to where they will destroy it in the dump site, and when the people there will be the people that will do it. And when you get there, you pay them for that dump site, you pay all this. These are the reasons why the money is so high. And they have advised informally, there's no document to it, that in our different groups, we can bring this waste together, agree, and once it is not much, we can now invite the regulatory body that this
can
is
I
what
say
we want
something
to do.
on waste management for
it makes
API?
us to be able to manage it. So maybe now that we're saying that, please, maybe you can help us put pressure, talk at that line, and things can get better. Thank you.
How are you? Can I say something on waste management for API, please? Something on waste management for API.
We've had series of engagements passed with sectorial bodies and organizations on waste disposal. Yes, cost has always been an issue with community pharmacy and some other bodies, which we acknowledge. But with engagement we had,
did you give me your card yesterday?
Like you said, informally, in this engagement, we've told them and educated them how to come together to bring this all together, and then as a group present to the agency for destruction. This was going on for a while, because there are times we had ACPN, there's gather products from all community pharmacies, and then when it was time for destruction, the truth was most of the time it was destroyed at no cost. So the ACPN just brings, what they do is they transport themselves to the site, and then it gets destroyed. So I'm sure it might have been as a result of different ESCOs coming up, and then this understanding were not documented. So along the line, those understanding and information was lost and all that. But going forward, I'm sure the agency will look at that, and the proper stuff will be done. Thank you.
Hello?
Okay. Somebody wants to contribute from online. Dr. Patrick wants to contribute.
Exactly,
online.
yes. So the issue, I wanted to address the issue of waste. I wanted to address the issue of waste management, particularly for API, right? The previous speakers had indicated how critical waste management is going to be, particularly for API. In fact, for FPP, the finished pharmaceutical product, companies are using effluent treatment plants, ETPs, to try and degrade the toxic waste into non-toxic components, which can then be removed from the site. Every serious pharmaceutical company has to have an ETP. This is for finished product. For the API plant, I know the design of the Emzor plant is to have what we call zero liquid discharge. Zero liquid discharge is the highest standard you can expect for waste management, because you are basically eliminating any possibility of having to discharge toxic materials outside through very robust and sophisticated ETP design. So again, this is something that really has to be on our radar, because if you talk about waste for APIs, it's going to be even more serious. Solvent waste, you're using thousands of gallons of solvent and they are generating toxic material. So you have to use the highest possible standards to ensure that you are not jeopardizing the health of the public. And zero liquid discharge is the highest standard you can think about for waste elimination. And that's what we plan to use. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it's going well. Hello.
Thank you very much for your time. Any further discussions can be done in our different fora. So at this junction, I can see that all of us are already doing something to our mouths. Some hormones and some enzymes are being released at this moment, but thank God they are good ones. So we're about to move to something that is equally good. We want to go into the second plenary session, and to share this plenary section is our own Dr. Afusat Adeshina. Let's give her a round of applause. She's coming in so many capacity. I think she's the, what's the word they use for chairperson for the apps, and which one are you now? There are many. Vice Chairman, Nigeria Chapter, WAPCP. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. The next discussion now is on regulatory consideration and licensing. And I'll be calling on Mr. Emmanuel E. Amon, the Director of Drug Regulation and Regulatory Affairs, NAFDAC. You're welcome, sir. We'll be taking us through regulatory consideration and licensing.
How many? 15? Yes, I will be doing. Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Amon. A bit of correction, I'm not the Director of Drug Registration. I'm a Deputy Director and I head the Biologics, Vaccines and Medical Devices Division. Before I start, I would like to bring greetings from the Acting DG and her goodwill message to the success of this workshop and conference. At the same time, I would like to thank the organizers for giving NAFDAC the opportunity to talk on the topics that we were given. Okay, and I'm told I have 30 minutes. I think I'll be done before then. So my slide, I hope you can see it. My topic is regulatory considerations and licensing. Okay, now this is the content of my presentation. I'll give my goal, what I intend to achieve here, the NAFDAC mandate, definitions, essence of localization of API production. We have to know why we have to localize API production, pathways for API and FPP licensing, NAFDAC regulatory processes and our capacity to do what we do, and then regulatory considerations, and then conclusion. Now, this is a list of abbreviations. These abbreviations will come in the presentation. There's API, we all know what it means. There's ICH, International Council of Harmonization. There is DMF, That's Drug Master File, APIMF, Active Pharmaceutical Ingredients Master File, the CEP, that's actually the Certificate of Suitability of Monograph of the European Pharmacopoeia. There is EDQM, that's the European Directorate of for the Quality of Medicines. There's WHO, World Health Organization. There's PQ, pre-qualification, CRP, collaborative registration procedure, CPQ, certificate of pre-qualification, PD, product dossier, QS and E, quality, safety, and efficacy. Before I go, let me just talk about the ICH. All through the presentations, I'm sure you've heard so much about ICH. It's actually a regulatory and industrial initiative to harmonize registration processes or requirement for human drugs. When it first came, it had USA, Japan, and Europe coming together with some industrial companies, pharma companies, to look at how they will harmonize requirements for registration of drug products. So it will be a common requirement for everybody. And then they had 4 topics: quality, which is Q. So you see ICHQ, that's quality. There's safety, which is S. There's efficacy, which is E. And then there's M, multidisciplinary. So now these requirements have been able to guide and help regulatory bodies all over the world to have a harmonized and the same system for processing approvals for products, and also ensuring CGMP for facilities. So my goal today will be, have discussions with you on licensing and regulatory considerations for API manufacturing. At the same time, I will talk on the essence of local manufacturing of API. Then I'll also enlighten you guys on our capacity to ensure quality, safety, and efficacy of pharmaceuticals. First, I can't start without saying what gives us the power and why we do what we do. Our activity is based on our mandates, which is empowered by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, ACTCAP, N1, Laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, LFN 2004. That is our enabling law, and is the law that enables us to regulate, control the manufacture, importation, exportation, distribution, advertisements, use of food, drugs, medical devices, and chemicals and packaged water, referred to by the law as regulated products. Definition, yes, we've had definitions of API all through the process, and I will not dwell on that. We just know that APIs are substances or mixture of substances that are used to manufacture medicinal products, and when they are used, they impose the pharmacological activity of these products. And at the same time, APIs have been called different names. They've been called bulk actives, they've been called bulk pharmaceutical chemicals, and even bulk chemicals. But the essential and critical stuff about API is that they are required, they are critical for approval of FPP, that's drug products. FPP means finished pharmaceutical products. So the API is critical for the approval of those products. And then the APIs, they ensure and they give the activity and the fitness of these drugs, which is always reviewed whenever a drug product is being approved for use. Now, to obtain marketing authorization for a drug product, the applicant must show evidence of efficacy, safety, and quality of the drug product. This can only be done through the API, because the idea is there are some issues that might have been controlled in the manufacture of the API. The FPP manufacturer should be able to show that those issues that were controlled, that he's able to understand and control for those issues. Now, essence of localization. Yeah, everybody has said something about why do we have to localize API production in Nigeria. The idea is, yes, the COVID-19 brought a lot. It showed a lot. It showed that the health system, including the pharmaceutical supply chain, are vulnerable, because when the shutdown was temporarily on ground, you found out that getting pharma products were difficult. Because we rely on importation. 70% of what we have are imported. Even our APIs are imported, as we know. And then the risk management perspective, there's high concentration of API production in one region. Of course, when something is done in a particular place, so that means that other places are at risk. They are vulnerable. If there's an issue, there is a lockdown, that means it's cut off. The other region might not be able to have access to that product. That's one. And then it's also localization of API production. It gives a regulatory oversight. What it does is that it allows the regulatory body to have enough opportunity to ensure quality. They are able to monitor the GMP. They are able to discuss quality with the manufacturers. Unlike things that are coming from abroad or over the way, you might see documents to show it's coming from here or it's being produced like that, but you might not be able to ensure the quality like that. But localization ensures this. Then presently, there is no API manufacturer in Nigeria. Of course, we've heard that on my slide. And then, though this is about to change. We've heard EMSO and what they've done so far. But in all this, quality is essential. When we talk about localization, when we talk about doing it ourselves, quality comes to play, because access entails quality. Now, there are 5 dimensions of access. Quality is one of them. There's availability, there's affordability, there's accessibility, and there's also quality. So API manufactured locally will enable us to have access to raw materials to manufacture our products. It will ensure availability, and then it will be affordable for local manufacturers to get these items. And then all pharma products should have quality maintained throughout the life cycle. If they are manufactured locally, you can really ensure that quality is entrenched right from the beginning, quality from the start, and quality all through the cycle. Okay, so pathways for API and FPV licensing. There are 2 parts of this presentation. The part on API licensing, you could see I put regulation. Well, because one, all over the world, NRAs, they don't license API independently. Now, a review of the API MF, that's the active pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturing file, is done when they are submitted as a backup for registration of the FPP. So the API MF, that's the document that speaks on the manufacturer, the processes, the control of the API, is only accessed by NRAs all over the world when it is used as a submission for registration of a finished pharmaceutical product. But for NAFDAC, because what we have presently are imported APIs, we have a system where any local manufacturer that wants to import an API will first submit the DMF. The agency will review the DMF, and after reviewing the DMF to ensure some quality issues are there, the agencies now list those APIs. That speaks to what the doctor asked, that if we have data on APIs that are imported to Nigeria, yes, we do, because we have a listing for APIs that are imported by local manufacturers for use. Now, going back to the quality parts of API, you'll see that all NRAs don't, like I said, they don't review the DMF or API independently. They do it for the FPP. So what it means that if a local manufacturer of API starts business in Nigeria, his API MF will only be reviewed when a local manufacturer of FPP decides to use his API to manufacture his products and registers his products and all that. Now, but for API manufacturers that want to go globally or expand their sales outside Nigeria, or at the same time have their products, that's their API, during use to facilitate registration, I'll advise them to look at a third-party certification, which has to do with the EDQM, that's the European Directorate of Quality Medicine, and then the WAPCP. These are bodies, these are third-party bodies that does certification for API. What they do is this: they review the API-MF in a dossier format, and then once they are okay, they give them a certification. Now, this certification allows other regulatory bodies to rely on what the third-party bodies have done. Now, for the EDQM, that's the European Directorate of Quality Medicine, what they do is they review the monograph, they review the dossier based on that those active must be found in the monograph of the European Pharmacopoeia. So only products that are contained in the European Pharmacopoeia are products that the EDQM will certify and give you a CEP. While for the WAPCP, what they do is they carry out a pre-qualification of that API, and the APIs that they normally pre-qualified are APIs that address pylori diseases. Those are HIV, drugs that are used for HIV treatment, HIV/AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis, etc. Now, for the process of pre-qualification, what WHO does is that they review the dossiers that are submitted and also assess the GMP of the API facility. While for the EDQM, that's the CEP, what they do is they only review the documents. That's the API MF or the ASMF. So a local manufacturing facility that wants a third-party certification that will aid the acceptance of its API globally might have to go through these two bodies, and then the GMP of APIs are under the control of the NRAs, that's the National Regulatory Authorities, there to ensure that the APIs are manufactured under good GMP. Now, for finished pharmaceutical products, I had to put that on this other end because the finished pharmaceutical products, when their dossiers are being reviewed, they speak to the API's quality. The review on the dossiers of the FPP will also speak to the API quality. And for that, you see that FPP are issued marketing authorization, they are licensed, unlike APIs. APIs are not licensed, but the FPP are licensed, they are issued MAs. And then issuance of the marketing authorization involves a review of submitted dossiers. Now, the dossiers are submitted in the ICH M4 format. That's technical documents. There's a format of 5 modules, and those 5 modules have different aspects they speak to. Now, there's also a GMP assessment of the FPP manufacturing facility. So just like in API, GMP is essential, and then documentation is essential. Same with finished pharmaceutical products, because what you do to the API should be what is seen to be done for the FPP. Now, submission options for API information on the product dossier. There are four types of submissions that can be done. There's a full API information in the product dossiers. Now, for the FPP, the API information can be submitted as a full API information. So what it has is that it has the open part and the restricted part. Now, the open part is known as the applicant part, while the restricted part is the manufacturer's part, is the closed part. The restricted part has information on the manufacturing process and some control. Those are like trade secrets. So it is restricted. It is, while the open part has other information that can be shared with the applicant. Now, you hardly see that first format for submission of dossiers for review for FPP, because what it means is that if you are giving someone your close part, your restricted part, that means you have trust on this person. So only companies that are API manufacturers and also FPP manufacturers do this type of submission. Now, the other submission is the DMF or the API MF submission. Now, for that one, there's an open part and the restricted part. The applicant submits the open part, while the API manufacturer will submit the restricted part directly to the NRA. It's confidential. Now, the dossier system is confidential, but this is further confidential because it's expected that the regulatory body will not share those information as regards the production of the API with a third party. There's also the pre-qualified API and the European Certificate of Stability submission module. Like I said, for local manufacturers of API that want to facilitate their processes when their APIs are used for manufacture of local FPPs and that will intend to get it registered, they might need to have this at the back of their mind because a third party has already certified their API, which means that when the regulatory body wants to go through review of the documents, the APIMF or the DMF, they will just have to rely on what has been done by this third party. There's a system where for like the WHO PQ, what the regulatory body has to do is just to request for the WHO report on that assessment. They share the assessment with them and they put it together and they look at if what is being submitted for that API is the same as what was reviewed by WHO. Same thing goes with the CEP. If there's a submission with the CEP format, what the regulatory body does is that it gets an access to the report by the EDQM, and then it's marries both what is submitted to it and what was submitted to that third party, and it facilitates and makes the process very faster and easier. Now, for both API and FPP licensing, it has to do with a risk management approach. It's a proactive approach because one, you are looking at documentation. You are trying to see what the quality issues are and trying to ensure that the manufacturers are able to address what issues were raised during the process and for the API and also for the FPP. Now, our registration process had to come about is to show that we in NAFDAC, we do review API submission by FPP manufacturers. So what is required is if you intend to distribute a product in Nigeria that's an FPP that is manufactured using an API, you will first have to do a submission. There's a part of registration. You do a submission of the CTD dossier, that's on the ICHM for Common Technical Document. And then there's a quality part of these dossiers, that's the Module 3. Now the Module 3 has the 3.2S and the 3.2P. The 3.2S has to do with the quality information on the substance. S means the substance. The quality information on the API as the substance, while the 3.2P has to do with the quality information on the finished pharmaceutical product. Now, for the 3.2S, it contains the manufacture, the characterization, the control of the drug substance, container closure, stability data, and this is based on the API information. So the reviewer will look through all this, will look at what is in it to ensure that the API manufacturer has been able to show that he has controlled these processes, and that if there are issues, he will highlight the issues and he will state what are the controls that he has put on these issues. And while doing that, the same reviewer will look at the 3.2P. The 3.2P will have to show the specification of the FPP manufacturer, addressing what the API manufacturer has done and how he has been able to ensure that he's able to control what the API manufacturer did. But our capacity. Now, NAFDAC has assessors. We have a lot of assessors that are trained by WHO, and who have also trained other assessors in the agency. And then we are involved in joint assessment of dossiers for WAHU. WAHU is a West African Health Organization. They also carry out a regional review of dossiers for registration that has the closed parts, the open parts, both for the API and for finished product. And then the assessors in NAFDAC we also participate in the WHO PQ. We are also involved when the WHO PQ is carrying out assessments both for APIs and for finished pharmaceutical products. And then we do the agency, we do the CRP. The CRP is collaborative registration procedure. That means we rely on what WHO has done, their pre-qualification to process products that are pre-qualified for registration. At the same time, we do reliance on processes by SRA. This has to do with the CEP. We rely on works that have been done by stringent regulatory authority. Why I have this here is to show that when we eventually start the local production of APIs in Nigeria, we should be well assured that we have assessors that can look at documents, quality documents, and will be able to review it and ensure that what is getting for use by manufacturers that will eventually get to consumers are of high quality, safety, and efficacy. So, regulatory considerations. I put this as recommendation. It kind of speaks to what every other person has said so far about policies and what can be put in place to ensure continuity of local API production. Now, one is development of policies to support local API manufacturing. For an easy process, there should be policies that will support the manufacturing of API. Presently, we don't have any local manufacturer of API yet, but I'm sure by the time before it comes up, those policies will be put in place by the agency. The agency will also build capacity of staff and also that of stakeholders involved in API manufacturing. We do this for FPP. We do the same as the top class policies to support local FPP manufacturing. This also will be done as regards API, and then develop and update guidelines on processes and regulations on API manufacturing. Of course, before this kickstarts, there will be developed guidelines and regulations that will support API manufacturing in Nigeria. And then there will be regulatory incentives to support local API manufacturing. And then there will also be instituted procedures and requirements to ensure quality, safe, and efficacious API are manufactured and used in the country. Finally, concluding, I think I should read this. According to the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, local pharmaceutical production, LPP, can help vulnerable populations gain access to quality medicines, reduce dependency on international donations, and facilitate and control of fraudulent drug products entering emerging markets. In addition, local manufacturers generally provide products that will serve local populations, and regulatory control will be greater for quality, and then local economy will benefit from income generated by local workers. With that, I would like to assure everyone that NAFDAC is an ML3 recognized regulatory authority, and that NAFDAC, we have the capacity to ensure that quality, safety, and efficacy of products are totally ensured for everyone. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Mr. Emmanuel again for this wonderful presentation. He has actually taken us through the regulatory considerations and the licensing of APIs. He in fact told us, in addition to the other speakers, the essence of local manufacturing of API. So I think we can go to questions now. Do we have questions? I'm sure we should have questions, both online and physical. So just like Prof said, if there are no questions, that means we totally understand everything. But I am excited that NAFDAC is ready and have assessors, whatever comes up as far as that API manufacturing is concerned in Nigeria. Do we take it that everyone understood the lecture? Okay. What about online, Dr. Agada?
Thank you very much, Ma, for this section is very fast, sharp. Okay, okay.
So we go to the next topic, that is advocacy and coordination. And I'm going to call on pharmacist Frank Muomeme. Sorry, I hope I didn't mumble that name. Muomeme, yes, to take the next presentation on advocacy and coordination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Frank Moneme. And once again, I want to commend the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists for putting up this section. My subject is on advocacy and coordination. And I think I am well placed to take this subject, advocacy. Why? Because I happen to be the executive secretary of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. And it will interest you to know that my work and the work of the PNG man is advocacy. It's one of the essence, the role PNG man plays. And PNG man, by next year, will be 40 years. And that is 40 years of advocacy in Nigeria. And so when you look at it, you can see that I think we've been on that race, that journey of advocacy for a very long time. And what exactly is our role? Our role as PNG Man is to ensure that safe, quality, and affordable medicines are produced in Nigeria. And in order to, give life to this, you recall yesterday's presentation, we developed a document called Medicine Security. And it was in the tenure of Obi Adigwe and my immediate past chairman, Dr. Abba, that this was conceptualized. Right now, we are tweaking it to accommodate the current realities of changes that are happening in the world. As a matter of fact, advocacy, we all are advocates in our own space, in the house, in our work environment. But in a very simple definition, advocacy is an art of pushing for a genuine cause. It's an art of defending a particular cause, which is well defined. I just want to look at it from the context of the subject which we are defining, which we are discussing today, local pharmaceutical manufacturing of API. So if you look at it from that context, so what is the role of advocacy and coordination in local manufacturing of API? A quick reflection on many presentations that happened yesterday. The keynote speaker made mention on, we'd have to look at manufacturing from the lens of not just science, but from social perspective. And I also recall that the chairman of the event, ably represented by Ms. Uzoma, made mention, spoke about the ENSO experience, the challenges and opportunities are bound. Of course, she ended her presentation by asking us an affirmative action. Can we actually manufacture API? Which we all say, yes, we can manufacture API in West Africa. And I made a submission that for you to have a thriving API, you must have a robust developed pharmaceutical ecosystem, which is the main thing that will make a business case for any manufacturer to start thinking of manufacturing API. Because if it doesn't make a business case, nobody wants to go in that space. So listening to some of the plenaries, some of the presentations today, I overheard Patrick in his presentation. He made mention also in answering some questions. He talked about the dynamics of dynamics of provision lists, where he mentioned Ghana has 48 and Nigeria is still struggling. I think we have 15. So it's not, we have 15. And so you can see the dynamics of policy differences. And then you also look at the many dynamics of API facility, setting up the facility, the synthesis standardization, commercialization of the API, the microeconomic challenges. All these are pointers of need for a proper advocacy strategy and coordination to be able to achieve the goal of manufacturing API in West Africa. To put it in a better context, I just want to highlight, to refresh our mind on what are actually the challenges of the API manufacturing. And because we want to talk about advocacy, what is advocacy speaking about? What are they pointing at? What are you going to focus on? What is your story? Because for you to be able to come up with a strong advocacy strategy and document, you should have a story. And that story should be able to speak to these challenges. Access to finance, last week I was in Cape Town, and we are discussing about manufacturing API and local pharmaceutical manufacturing. The donor communities were discussing that. And, interesting, one of the conversation around close to $60 million to manufacture API for ARV. So you can imagine a huge investment is needed in this sector. So what it means that whoever that wants to go into this space, access to finance is very key, and not just access to finance. Another thing that is very key is, can you guarantee an offtake when I manufacture this API? If I put on ground $60 million, and from year to year, and I'm not making any returns on investment, does it really make sense? So these are the challenges, one of the challenges and questions that you policy advocacy document will be able to capture. You also look at the infrastructural deficits. We all know the challenges we have in this part of the world, Africa, not just Nigeria. To be able to set up API, you need a well-structured infrastructure. And if you bring it down to our own Nigeria, we all know the challenges of light energy costs. The last I checked, yesterday we were mentioning 36 million. No, my chairman almost spent 300 million yes to run his facility. And some of the facilities, it must maintain a certain level of sterility. It must be very sterile all the time. And some of those facilities, you cannot for one day stop production. Like in fusion, it needs to keep running. So you can imagine, if you're setting up such facility, these are things you put in consideration. And then we're also looking at the challenge of tech transfer. How do you scale up, and then the engineering processes? These are also not cheap. You must get certain level of partnership, the patency, the IP licenses. You must factor all this in. And then one of the biggest challenge, I also most times you don't pay attention to that. I overheard even Patrick in his presentation allude to that. The skill talent to implement the processes. What is the level of capacity we do have to run such facilities? Do we really have such manpower? Then even in the university, if you just take a pool of the number of young pharmacists that are graduating, if you ask, maybe out of 10 people you ask, do you want to go into pharmaceutical manufacturing? I can tell you almost the 10 will tell you no, because they want to go into the public health space. They want to go to work with the donor agency, the NGOs, where the remuneration is actually worth it. And also, not just that, it's not cost effective in any way to bring a young graduate, even most people that you want to bring into this facility. It's because you have to do a lot of training. And at the end of the day, most of us are depending on these Asians to run those very technical aspect of our job. So with API, the demand is even higher. We're not talking about finished from scope products. And then you also look at the regulatory considerations and achieving international quality standards. This is also another area. Quality is not cheap. The regulators over there will tell you that it's not cheap in any way. And the more they are pushing for ML3 to ML4, the more I like to use these words. Our facilities, our local farmer is as strong as our regulatory bodies. So the more they are pushing for ML3 to ML4, you need to step up your game, not just to meet the regional standards, but we are looking at pre-qualification, WHOC, PQ. So for you to attain those laudable goals, they are not cheap in any way. So you also look at the macro and microeconomic challenges that affect our community, our society. Now, one aspect that most times we also don't look at is the environmental impact challenge. I am happy we just spoke about the impact assessment on health hazards as regards to ordinary just community pharmacy. Just just opposite to manufacturing API. I am aware in some Indian facilities where they put their facilities because of health and environmental challenge, they need to put it in a certain kind of location. And I can tell you, managing those environmental challenges, they are not cheap. So these are factors that when you are looking at coming up with advocacy document, you'll be able to find a way to overcome these challenges. Notwithstanding the outlined challenges, it is very, very strategic and imperative that API are manufactured locally and domestically. This is very important to achieve the medicine security that we all talk about in West Africa. More importantly, to secure supply chains and buffer against supply shocks in preparation for the next pandemic. Yes, are we going to have the next pandemic? You and I know that next pandemic may happen. Then may we pray now. In normal way, not in our lifetime, but it will continually. Such things do happen. So how prepared are we? So that's more reason why we need to pay attention to see how we can domesticate the manufacturing of API. And interestingly, if we're able to set up these facilities in this part of the world, the ripple effect is awesome. There will be a stimulation of local economies, and then there will now scale up our skilled manpower. Our students, our pharmacists will now acquire more skills in the industry. Of course, there will be talent retainership of such men and women with such skills. Most importantly, today we're all battling as a manufacturer. The greatest challenge you're having is not just the energy, you're also thinking of how do you assess forex? How do you assess forex? I mean, it's a serious problem for the industry. So if we're able to set up our own facility API in country, access to forex, the demand for forex will be reduced, because what it means that even those that are manufacturing finished pharmaceutical products will buy their API in country. So the demand on forex to bring in finished products will reduce. And it is important to know that in today's global and geopolitics, medicine security attainment is seen as an art of diplomacy, defense, and developmental strategy. So the more reason why we all need to, see how we can develop an advocacy document and have a proper coordination to set our goals to achieve local manufacturing of this API. And I can tell you, notwithstanding all these challenges, the future looks very bright. And for us in our sector, in pharmaceutical manufacturing, we already developed medicine security documents. And for you to be able to have a workable document, it should be very all-inclusive. When I say all-inclusive, you should be looking at it from, because most times I think the biggest challenge we have in this part of the world is not about developing the policy document. The challenge is, how do you implement this policy document? I can go on and tell you, we have the national drug policy. We have even the vaccine policy that was launched last year. We have the bill of procurement where you say prioritize the local pharmaceutical manufacturing. There are many of these glossy documents that well designed. But the question is, how are we using this document to achieve the stated out goals? Most times, it's just
much of rhetoric, you develop the document, but if you do policy impact analysis to ascertain this policy that was developed, how far did we go? Discover that actually nothing was achieved with this document. So this policy document, we want to design a policy document, advocacy document, we should put in perspective all this. We should define what we want to achieve. There should be a clear timeline. And this should be a document that should be smart. We'll be able to measure our goals, and we'll be able to also find time to also tweak the documents. And if I reflect on the documents which we developed, PNG Man, we discovered that all the actors in the pharmaceutical space are being factored into the document. You look at, why do we do that? Because you look at over time, most times there's a kind of unhealthy competition amongst the policy implementers. For instance, PCN may have a policy, and they discover that NAFDAC are also having the same policy. I discovered that at some point they're actually dragging who is in charge of this space. Let me give you a typical scenario. NIPRD, which is environmental, that has to do with environmentals, they're also dragging space with NAFDAC on regulating some imported pharmaceutical raw materials. And most times in the drag, in the competition, that's where I want to use it, we discover that who suffers? The manufacturer. And you're going back and forth, and NIPRD is saying it is in my mandate. NAFDAC is saying no, this is in our mandate. NIPRD is saying because NAFDAC was established before NIPRD, they took advantage of that. So these are some of the policies discovered that they are dragging space, they are not harmonized. And that is where coordination comes in. How do you bring every stakeholders on the table? The coordination will be like a warehousing where you clear everything that has to do with pharmaceuticals. You have the custom man in the room, you have the Minister of Finance in the room, because you can't be talking about pharmaceutical manufacturing without monetary policy. And you can't be talking about pharmaceutical manufacturing without even the fiscal policy that the CBN sets. For instance, I want to also, just give an example so you see how it is important to have a well-documented coordination policy and advocacy document. CBN gave the local pharmaceutical manufacturing companies loan, which all of us are aware of, to upgrade our facilities. And then, having assessed this loan, and because NAFDAC is pushing that no, you have to have a HVAC. Your HVAC should be, up to date. And then you want to use this out of this 2 billion to, import HVAC. And you want to access forests. It's called that you cannot access forests. Mind you, you are giving 2 billion naira, which is not free. And then you write to CBN Directorate of Trade and say, I want to be able to access forests because I want to meet the standard of NAFDAC because I also want to scale up. Please, can you give me access to forests? And CBN will write to you, sorry, HVAC is not included in those things that you can access forests. What just happened is that it's counterproductive. They gave you 2.5 billion, but you're looking at the money, it's going down. I know one manufacturer had to go and give them back the money. Say, please take your money. You can't kill me at this age. Because it's not the goal, you're not achieving the goal you set out to achieve. So these are areas that we need to look at. How do we coordinate these policies so that it will not be counterproductive? And the only way to achieve this is for all of us to be advocates
in your small space. Where West African College of Consolidated College of Pharmacists can come in is data. How do we, data is life in this generation. How do you help the industry? How do you help the region to come up with data? Because if you are doing an advocacy, if you're doing kind of advocacy project, it must be data driven. So when you are speaking to those in authorities, you are going there with evidence-based data. So I think this is a place, this is where I feel the West African College of Pharmacists has a lot of role to play. And so another thing is we need to think of, in the advocacy document, to think of how do we institutionalize the coordination? How do we institutionalize it? And I'm happy that ideally, Federal Ministry of Health should play stewardship in the area of health policy, but not just Federal Ministry of Health. Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment will also play stewardship in the area of trade and bilateral trade issues. That's where issues of import prohibition comes in. That's where you are looking at West Africa customs harmonization. You're looking at how do we streamline this policy. Then you also need to bring in Federal Ministry of Finance to also play their own stewardship role in the area of fiscal and monetary policy. So that it's not when you've developed a policy and customs. For instance, I want to tell the story so that you also understand how this all are interconnected. Customs in the Nigerian policy, it is stated that pharmaceutical raw materials you don't pay for VAT when it comes to importing raw materials into Nigeria. These are well captured in the policy VAT modification order of 2020. But it interests you to also know that at the point of implementation at the customs will tell you, sorry, you are going to pay for VAT for these raw materials. And you want to set the record straight, you'll be going back and forth, custom office, Federal Ministry of Finance, and there's a cycle of production. You, the manufacturer, is suffering. You look at the next thing is, let me just pay this so that I will continue being in business. Because if you're not in business, you are no more in business. So you need to look at how do I survive? So it's about survival. So these are some. So the Federal Ministry of Finance have to also play stewardship when it comes to monetary and fiscal policy. And then in the Federal Ministry of Health, the DG NAFDAC, the DG NIPRD, the NIEMA, the vaccine, one of those vaccine organizations in Vaughan, they all need to come together. Every stakeholders need to be in a room, and that room should be like a clearance room for everything that has to do with pharmaceutical manufacturing. And I call it, that room should be a clearance room for us to achieve medicine security in Nigeria. So every of these actors, the Ministry of Science and Technology, even the CBN governor, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, all the actors, and then PNG man, all of us will be in the room. There should be a kind of clearance room for us to be able to achieve medicine security, for us to be able to achieve the laudable project of manufacturing API locally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, pharmacist Frank name. He's actually the executive secretary of PMG Man, and I'm sure you have enjoyed the lecture. He spoke so much on the advocacy package, the strategy, which we know that Access to fund is very important, infrastructural deficit. And it's talking about the room, the clearing room. Of course, in advocacy, everybody has to be on the same page. This is very, very important so that the manufacturing companies do not suffer of one thing or the other. So I'll just go. You also talked about data. I'm sure you agree with me that data is life. Whatever you are doing and you do not have a data, you cannot even prove it. So you need to have data. I hope our academicians are here to really put this thing into a state of, because I'm looking at it that it's as if we do not even have the pool of manpower to do all this, especially when it comes to the real thing. So he has really spoken on the advocacy and coordination as far as it is concerned in API manufacturing. So I hope we enjoyed the lecture. I did, and I hope we have questions to clarify so many things that he has, so many information that I have gained, and I'm sure you have also gained this. So do we have questions? I'm seeing Dr. Kafo. Any other person? Dr. Agada, maybe we check online if there are people online that want questions. There's also Prof. Please, are you raising up your hand? No, she's not. So we have 2 questions. Let me start with Dr. Kafo. Thank you very much, Frank. I've always liked to listen to him. He spoke about WAPCP's role in providing data for advocacy. And I'd like to suggest that you give us an idea of the type of research you want us to be doing for PMG-MAN and for others, so that when we are giving students research work and when we also do research by ourselves, we'll be able to focus on your areas of needs. So you can sit down on the table, you do something like a blueprint or something of the engagement and the partnership, so that we can be seen to be filling the gaps for you and be providing solutions to your needs. Thank you very much. Kafo is a researcher. She will want to talk very much on the data. And let me give it to Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. What I want to comment in this area of advocacy and coordination is, for anybody to see, the manufacturing industry has a lot of problems, especially this time with the challenges in Nigeria. Their own would almost be twofold. And if everything goes well with area of affordable drugs and security, who will benefit? It will be the government on behalf of the people, because when the people are happy, the government will have it very easy. So what is PMG-MAN doing in order to make government understand their problem? How are they lobbying to make government really understand their problem and make sincere effort to solve them? Because it may appear as if there's a disconnect, as if the PMG-MAN or the manufacturing industries are just on their own to solve their problems. That is one. Then secondly, in the area of R&D, like this API that is coming now, you find out that the problem that will come with it is quite capital intensive, relatively, and there need to be a lot of support, government support, and also R&D. I don't know what also the PMG-MAN is doing to interface between the stakeholders in research, bringing government and also the research institute and academia in order to make research functional with respect to the industries. And also, as Dr. Patrick said, respect to our students or graduates. I think if PMG-MAN interface with academia, they can be able to tweak the curriculum to suit what the industries need. Even people going for ITs, I don't know whether people really go to ITs. They can be able to have a new way to go there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Any other question? So let me give it to Mrs. Frank too.
Okay, thank you. So you asked how far we are engaging government in the area of advocacy. And I can tell you, we are all doing all we can. Maybe we are not, maybe our good is not that good enough. But it's not just that we're the challenge is how do you get the system to see this from political perspective? Do you understand? How do you get those in authority to look beyond returns on investment? Now, that brings me to the question of political will. So I can tell you we are engaging. As a matter of fact, the next National Council of Health, I'll be there speaking to them again. This is not the first time. And you know what that council represents. Council of Health, NIPRD will be there. Every aspect of health policy making will be in that room. That's not the first time we're doing that. We've been doing that. And you also know, if you've been watching your TV, last October, we organized Farmer Expo. Farmer Expo is what we normally organize every 2 years, where you bring every stakeholders. You have the ministers, you have your DG, Dr. Obi was there, and you bring in policymakers, and PCM, they were there, health insurance, all stakeholders, they were there. And we take that opportunity to also make the same advocacy statement. We also organize annually, we call it policy dialogue in Abuja, where you also drag all the governments. When I say drag, you drag them to be in the room to have this conversation. So we are doing our best to have that conversation. But just like what normally happens in this part of the world, what is the level of commitment? Like I said, the policy documents are there, well crafted. But how do you live up faithfully to those policy documents? No, we'll not give up. What I think we do, even in NIPRD, one of our strategies, we're also in the board of NIPRD. So we're also in NAFDAC. So it's not just even the policymakers. Policies are shown out with that bigger picture of supporting the local pharmaceutical manufacturers. But where the challenge is, how do you implement this? How are we implementing it? So I want to believe that as time goes on, we need to, like I said, we're tweaking the message security strategy document. And one of the things we want to do is now to see how we can gather everybody that has one policy or the other that affect the industry to be in the room at least every quarter. We'll sit down, all of us will discuss, we'll assess how far we've gone, and we'll reflect on all what the goals are and see how we can achieve them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question here, an online question that says, please, I would like to ask if there is an advocacy strategy document to make Nigeria an API manufacturer, which clearly identifies all the key stakeholders and necessary persons. Okay? This is a very wide question. I will give my dimension to it, then I'll allow you to answer. That is the purpose of this training. That's the purpose. This is supposed to start off so many other stakeholders to now know that we are really interested in getting there. And one person that I've started is our dear brothers and sisters in EMSO. And we're looking at other places that will begin to challenge us. So I believe Madam Jayola, online, you're hearing our contribution. I know you very well. You're a guru when it comes to regulatory. So that is it. But let's lend voice to other answers.
I think on the API, right? If there's a policy advocacy document, I am aware that Federal Ministry of Health are working towards this. And you should also know when it comes to policy documents as in terms of policy, the Ministry of Health plays stewardship role. So depending on the perspective you want to get it, is it public health or is it industrial? So if it has to do with public health, Federal Ministry of Health plays that stewardship role. But it has to do with API in the area of industrialization, the industry, trade and investment do have their own job to play in that. So, but on our own parts, we are also tweaking a document which will work with by the year 2023. And the key focus on that document is how do we reverse the country's over-dependent on imported medicines. Today, you hear it's 70% imported and 30% manufactured locally. Our ambitious goal is to reverse it so that we manufacture 70% locally, and we're all working towards it. Before now, you have the donor community saying they don't want to buy from, they're not going to buy from local manufacturers. But I can tell you, post-COVID-19, states are locking on supply chain. They buy all the drugs. Local manufacturers are the ones that supply drugs that they use in some states. We'll lock it up in partnership with some donor agency, Bill and Melinda Gates, USAID, which organization again. So we are making progress in terms of advocacy. So and I want to believe that if we continue the way we are going, continue in this trajectory, we will surely be self-sufficient in production of medicines. Thank you.
Didn't answer Dr. Kafo's question on area of research.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned earlier on, I said that West African College of Pharmacists, that you have your job cut out for you. And when you talk about the area of research, they are numerous. So it's for us, it's not something we'll say, it's something that we'll sit down together and come up with a strategy.
Let me give
very much. Though you didn't talk on my interfacing between academia, the research institutes, and even the students, the curriculum. But another thing I want to say is that you said, you know why I'm talking, you know, this is a very big man with respect to pharmaceutical manufacturing in Nigeria. You talk about you going to the next meeting, but I don't know whether you people are, you said, yes, Council of Health meetings, you know what you said? Good. But I don't know whether you people are doing lobbying. Because even before going to that meeting, I know that you probably are doing that. Most of those people could have been met outside. They could have really understood what you are going to talk on that day. So they are not going to start taking their sides in that meeting. Because without all these things, it will be a very serious problem. Thank you.
Pharmacist Frank, that is politicking.
Yes. The another word for advocacy is lobbying. That's what it is. So, you see, when you say lobbying the council, for me, I can authoritatively say we are part of the council. But there are limits of where your powers. There are things I keep telling people. Some success is recorded in NAFDAC.
Everybody's talking about DG NAFDAC. And I can tell you, if there wasn't, I don't want to be political, but it's not political. There are certain things that must be presidential. There must be that support. Because this sector, let me give you an instance. Modi, the president of India, after COVID-19, set up a committee that going forward, the experience they had, before now, 75% of the API, they source it from China because of economy of scale. They discovered that China, it's not that they don't manufacture that, they manufacture API, they discovered that it's cheap and more profitable if I get them from China. But boom, post-COVID-19, they learned a hard lesson. And the president set up a committee and said, going forward, never again. Never again. Those molecules we used to manufacture, we have to do it on our own. We can't depend on China to take care of our API. And they set up funds, invited the Sun, the CIPLA of those world, and say, hey, you have a target by the year 2025. This is what I want to see. And they're working, as we speak, they are working day and night to get those results. During the time of Trump set up a research team. They say, I don't want to buy from API. I want to make our drugs affordable. And they set up a committee, and that committee task is, how do we reduce the price of drugs in America? We can't get our API from Asians anymore. And that's why I say medicine security is an art of diplomacy, defense and development. And guess what? In that committee, they didn't succeed. They tried one of the molecules, they didn't succeed. What happened? They discovered, in one of the conversations I was having with one of them that actually was involved in that research, they said, they discovered that reducing the cost of API is not just science, it's an art, that China have mastered the arts. So you can understand from different perspectives. So what I'm saying is that it is not just what even the minister, as we speak now, we are having a health reform policy. I'm very sure in that conversation, manufacturing will not be part of that conversation. They will not. It's when they are done, and then they will go, oh, but you know what? Because people are thinking of my own. There are some meetings we are supposed to be in the room, manufacturers, because you can, if you are not wearing the shoe, you cannot be able to understand how it functions. But because of normal, what is my own in this thing? Maybe travel extra code, or maybe just somebody will go there, and maybe in the midst of the travel, they will give you a call, say, please, Frank, can you give me this? I want to do this. What are you going there to speak of? What do you know about manufacturing? So everything is ad hoc. So until we start, thinking futuristic, what is Nigeria in this thing? Not what is my own in this conversation. Then we'll start making progress. Now, you mentioned about students or the curriculum. I am aware that USP developed a document with PCN in that aspect. What I think they've not added, maybe they need to retweak it, Madam, is the area of API and CTD. All those because I discovered that when you're having conversation with students in university about common technical documents, all those processes, you discover that they are lost. Even the professors are lost because we are not taught. It's something you have to know. You have to unlearn and learn. So I think we've done that. Then he mentioned about research and development. I know some companies, like I said, I remember mentioning this in one forum. As a CEO, as a manufacturer, you know how the CEOs think. It's outcome. It's outcome. Returns on investment. They check it. It's not coming to do research for publication, to be a professor or to be do a PhD. If it's not result oriented, it's better for them to pay and go to China and India and get someone that may have an OND, but he's solving the problem. We are interfacing, right? In the engagement we're doing now.
To make sure that the research that will be happening here, that will be happening in West, that will be happening all over the country, is able to
tell Lord to solve the problem of the industry. And I'm saying, if I am a CEO and you make a case for me and I discover that, hey, I am solving a problem, why would I not grab it?
I'm talking about as engineers.
And here is PNG man here standing. The vice, let me give you an instance. It's not us reaching out. It's the academia. It's partnership. It's partnership. Let me tell you, you've done it before. This is not the first. Even those that do PhD, they come, we channel them to some companies to do their PhD case, tailored to problem solving. University of Lagos, the Vice Chancellor did that with us.
Hello, sir. You see, let me tie it together, what you're saying and what Dr. Kamaka question is driving towards. You see, there is something, he has mentioned it. We don't want to pick anything that is not valuable, that will yield, that you have not set a roadmap, that at this time it will give us this amount. Are you feeling me? But what is missing is, it is in one of the forums when I was talking, I was a speaker, is that there is a need for an interface of the town and the gown and the industry. What we mean by that is that if you are a prof, for you to be able to impart the students, you need practical experience. And there is a need for the industries to open themselves up and say, okay, prof, associate prof can come and what? And come and do like attachment. What do they call that thing? Sabbatical. You come and do your sabbatical in our company. In that time, before you're coming, we already have a problem. That's what happens in abroad, in this industry. So they will give you that problem. You will look at it, and even there, you'll be learning the practical aspect of that thing. So that by the time you are through, that conversation continues, and at the end of the day, you see that because somebody at a higher level of science have come in, he can look at that thing, and he continues looking at it, even in the educational setup. You discover that when these two is married, you end up having so many solutions that eventually goes into economical or is not profitable. But you see, everybody is holding his own to his chest. The people in academics, they are holding their own. You can't come in here. The people in you can't what's the name? If you come here, I don't want to expose it. So that is one of the things that will help us. That is what happens over there. You will see these professors and everything. They are linked. There's one professor but they know he has retired. Professor is my supervisor. What about me to the college? This is no, maybe they said we should stop talking. So we should stop talking now. Okay? So what happens is that
he has industry knowledge, and he's a prof. So when Ben is talking, he's bringing the two together. He told me that if you are coming to talk to anyone, you must have those two together. That's what I'm inviting. So what you're saying is that marriage, that handshake between the two sides must establish even for this area. Even for this area. So that is what that is the reason. For that question she asked you, the answer is simple. That is the initiative we are taking from the Drug Production and Quality Assurance Faculty of West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacy. We are the one championing this. So we know that this will start so many other things. We are using this to tell anybody who has any other input whatsoever to begin to bring it to the table so that together we will achieve that what we desire to achieve. Because that's what we started last time. Thank you. So we are short of time.
What I'm saying is, in addition to what he said,
there's this model which I also think that these guys have. You can also invite those in the academy to be contributing in the lecture in the school. That's it now. That's what they're saying, the two of them. It's not just there must be an incentive so that a CEO or a top a manager will not leave this and go to the best to teach. What is the incentive? That incentive should be.
Find a way.
You don't even need what incentive.
No, there should be an incentive. That incentive should be, like I know outside the country, you see those that are successful in their business. Honorary award, those are incentives. You are paying, you are going there to impart knowledge free. And with that, university will now know what the gaps are in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fama. Somebody still wants to talk.
PhD Master, based on your last statement, I come from University of Port Harcourt. I will have some World Bank centers where the oil and gas issue are handled. At the most of postgraduate programs, the industrial sector from EF, Total, Mobi contribute free to knowledge as their contribution. They keep doing it, and they are not paid honorarium. So that's what we are talking that we need to do also. So we can make progress. You're talking of what are you to gain? Your contribution is that you need to open up. This is an area of challenge, and that can constitute a research base in the academia, because you can't expect the academia to be doing an open-ended research at no direction to anywhere. So you open up, what are your needs? What area do you need us to solve? Thank you.
So, Mrs. Frank, it has been a very, very interactive and enjoyable session. And there's a gift from the WAPCP and NIPRD. Okay, somebody is talking. Okay. India is an award appreciation during the WAPCP NIPRD workshop on local manufacture of APIs in West African region, held 28th November to 1st of December, presented today, 30th of The technical committee that organized this beautiful workshop also deserve to be appreciated. Let me start with Professor Oluwatoyin Odeku, and she's going to be represented in collection of this award by Dr. Ukamaka Okafor, the Secretary of the Nigerian chapter, WAPCP. So this is to Professor Odeku. These are the So, of course, Dr. Lawrence Agada deserves the Appreciation Award as member of the Workshop Technical Organizing Committee for the diligent service and successful planning of the WAPCP NIPRD workshop on local manufacturer. Dr. Kamaldeen Abu Said as the Secretary of the Workshop Technical Organizing Committee, a Meritorious Service Award for the diligent service. Congratulations. Last plaque goes to Dr. Abu Bakr Laraka as a member of the Workshop Technical Organizing Committee. Finished my own.
Thank you very much, Dr. Additional. This one. It's been a wonderful day. Before we go, because we are not going in the next 5 minutes, maybe in the next 15, but we will need to take pictures with all the facilitators. So please, let's come over here. The facilitator will take pictures with the LOC so that gradually we are getting there. How are we going to do it? Photographer, we'll do it here. And this one, we didn't see the backdrop. This thing needs to go up. This thing needs to go up. So the facilitator. Participants, don't go because we will need to take a group photograph with you too. You are equally important. How will we know that you came? They will think it's only 7 persons that came for this conference. So chairman of sections.
How do you include me in the picture? I'm sure you can see me. I'm also included in the picture. I cannot hear you. Dr. Agada, I thought you are probably trying to talk to me, but I cannot hear you. You are muted. You are muted, so I cannot hear you. You are muted, so I cannot hear you. The system is muted. I cannot hear you. Okay. So I can hear you. Now it's muted again. The system is muted, so I can't hear you. But I want to congratulate the West African Postgraduate College and NIPRD for a very successful workshop. I believe it's been a very engaging time for us. The lectures have found all the lectures, all the presentation very, very stimulating. And I sincerely want to appreciate all our speakers. It's really good to know that we have this quality and these resources available to us. We are looking forward to getting a communique from this workshop, which will be circulated to all stakeholders, because we don't want the talk to end here. We want to take the lessons that we have learned, we want to take it back to our various institutions. But without doubt, I'm sure you will agree with us that for Nigeria or for the African region to become self-sustaining, or for us to be able to achieve medicine security, as they say it, we need to take ownership of the production of not only the APIs alone, but the API is the first step. We also have excipients that we can develop. But for those that listen to the Indian experience, you'll agree that it's important for the government to take its own, to play its part. Without government support in terms of the policies, and I think Dr. Patrick also emphasized that, without that, it will become a difficult enterprise. And I'm sure from what was presented from the success story of EMZO, you discover that it's a very capital-intensive venture. It's a pity we do not have the speakers we were expecting from the financial sector, from CBN, and in terms of that are supposed to talk about the opportunity for financing and taxes, because that is one way that the government can begin its support in providing the right kind of incentives for people to engage in the production. We all agree it's a capital-intensive venture. And I think we're all going back home rich. Personally, I found the workshop quite stimulating, and it's been a great time to know that we even have the potential to do that. So I want to appreciate every one of you, and I want to appreciate those that are online. The number will increase after some time, it will decrease again, but I know people are still online. We still have a lot of people online on this, staying to the end of the workshop. And I want to thank every one of you that are on site for the commitment, for the enthusiasm, for the discussion. And we are looking forward to a follow-up very soon by the grace of God that will be coming up. The partnership will only begin, will only grow stronger. And I'm hoping by the next time we want to do a workshop like this, we'll have the full participation of PMG Man, because we are talking about the issue of the town gown and those in the industry. We have fellows of the postgraduate college that, you know, can become very important resources to those in the industries by virtue of their training. And of course, you can also begin to practicalize and transfer some of the knowledge we gain, we have. So I want to appreciate everyone. I sincerely want to appreciate the planning committee. I've had the opportunity, like I said at the beginning, of working with great men. And I want to thank you for excellent delivery. You made everything seem so seamless. I want to thank you. Thank you very much. I wish everyone safe journey back to your various destinations. And we are looking forward to many more of this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, the mic is muted, so I cannot hear the comments over there.
The national item. We have become constant, so let's just put it. Okay, let's see it. Oh God of creation, in love and honesty to grow and living just and true. Wake up the eyes that then to view the nation where peace and justice shall reign. Congratulations, and I wish you well in all your other endeavors. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we are right.
Congratulations.